affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, let's give the listeners a wide variety of avenues to get to the superstars that we are. Which one is your favorite? Mount Rushmore of ways the listeners can get involved on this program on a Monday morning. It is Borch in St. Louis.
Well, I guess they could just listen to it on the radio.
No. They want to interact with us.
Oh, I guess they could text in.
Yeah, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsors the text inbox here.
They could watch on YouTube.
Yeah, Michelob Ultra sponsors that YouTube chat. And let me take a look here. 57 people are waiting for us.
Okay.
Do you like that 57 people are just waiting?
Well, I guess it's better than having no one waiting.
Stag says, I am waiting in the chat pre-show.
Okay. I guess they could email us. That's the third way.
Yeah, it's Design Air. Heating and cooling email today. Brand new email of the month standings after Buck Swope wins in the month of February. That's a great win for him.
It sure is. And did I mention call-in?
Yeah.
Would that be the last of the four?
The George Washington of the Mount Rushmore.
All right.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. A wide variety of topics on a Monday morning here on TMA. On the Stiefel dossier, Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond with us on the program, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Jackson, what else can you tell the audience about today?
We have a Listener of the Month announcement.
Oh, a papal conclave.
Okay.
Yeah, the papal conclave has broken. We have come to a head.
Pestis from Festus was the first winner in 2025. Cannot repeat, but now eligible to be the Listener of the Year.
Okay.
And now, after a papal conclave on Friday, Jackson Burkett has the Listener of the Month for February 2025 announcement right here on 101 ESPN. This is an exclusive.
Okay.
The listener's name
They have a name, Tim.
Okay.
is the YouTube chat.
Oh,
The YouTube chat.
Formerly Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Oh, I didn't know the history.
Formerly Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. I think following on the heels of the Michelob Ultra sponsorship of said YouTube chat, not the person, but the actual YouTube chat, that probably bumped him up. Him or her, I don't know.
Probably her.
Probably her.
Wow.
Yeah, the YouTube
So
chat.
the YouTube chat. So this isn't representing all of the YouTube chat,
Not really. Only one person can win,
but they're named after.
right, like cheers to the YouTube chat and all of the members of said YouTube
So,
chat.
like my text-in name, I could say the text inbox.
Right.
And then you guys would say, oh, the winner is the text inbox.
That's right.
And they would say, everybody? No. That's my name.
Right, that's the meta aspect of it. And I understand how it could put someone's mind in a pretzel. But again, this is a person named the YouTube chat, formerly Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
I think they should call in honor of the Oscars. We need acceptance speeches. I think we deserve that.
Jackson's
just
going to
how
break
wonderful
down
you are.
all of the winners here on today's program. What hour are we doing that in?
10:47.
Oh, wow.
10:47.
Or
Wow, Design Air Heating.
whenever anyone asks, just fire and then I'll give you what you want.
All right, Doug. And Doug, you say that the Oscars are the lead. I was surprised to hear you say that.
I didn't say that. I would never say that. I caught some of it.
Seem to consume a lot of it, Tim, from what I can gather.
That's what I'm gathering as well.
it was on in the house.
Oh, okay. It was just on. I just
saw-
happened to hear.
Yeah. I saw a lot of self-love. A lot of men were geniuses, wonderful people. I saw Zoe Zaldana stand up and cry and start saying, "Mommy, Mommy." Did you catch that?
She said, Mommy?
She
Jackson.
did. Mommy,
Honoring
Mommy.
her grandmother.
What kind of adult stands on a stage and cries and says, "Mommy, Mommy"?
I'm not her representative.
I am cashing my ticket because, Tim, I don't wager often. But on Friday, I called whatdoyouwantabet.com, and I bet that Doug would not approve of the Oscars.
No.
I
You got that right.
had to bet $1,000 to win $1.
You nailed
but
it.
I did.
Absolutely nailed it.
Did it end early? I think it ended at 9:45. I can't prove that.
Yeah, they tried to cut down the runtime.
But doesn't
They
it go
have
to
to
the
get to 10.
Don't they go to the top of the hour?
Yeah, then they kind of just, everyone kind of hangs out.
Well, but it was on in the two Fox offices, and all of a sudden, 9:45, I look up at American Idol's on. I said, what happened to the Oscars? I'm like, it ended early?
Yeah.
They just sign off?
They were trying to shave down some of the runtime.
Well, I know, but doesn't it go to complete the hour?
I saw on TV, it was about 1 in the afternoon. They were already doing the red carpet stuff.
Yeah.
Those people were there 8 or 9 hours. And they still couldn't
That's
fit-
why they're calling for their mommy, because they've
I
been there all
guess.
day.
Come get me.
I think they
Bring me
do
right home.
some more of the below the line stuff, like really, really early. Like way below, like the
You like
stuff,
that term, below the line?
I don't
stuff that
care
doesn't
for
get
it.
on the main broadcast.
This was early in the afternoon. They were all dressed up
I
and
think-
doing their interviews and
I
everything.
think they do some stuff really early in the afternoon.
All right, we'll
Well, I know
talk
they do,
more
'cause I
about it
saw
at
it.
10:47. But, Doug, what is your
10:47.
sports lead for today's presentation? Jackson has issued an embargo on talking Missouri Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah, that was rough.
Not true.
I think the lead is the Blues because our note is back, and they had a rough one last night. First defensive meltdown they've had in about a month. That didn't go well, but it was a tough schedule to have played here Saturday night and then an early Sunday evening game in Dallas. That's tough.
That's what I was saying to Martin before the show in the break room. I said, I would have loved to have seen them get it, and you could tell they were doing everything they could to pull it off. The emotion on the bench was clearly there, but it was going to be awfully difficult. I think Dallas was about minus 200 last night. Blues playing on Saturday, traveling. You knew that was going to be tough. The situation, though, you aren't allowed to take your foot off the gas. You are in a spot where you're competing with a bunch of other teams, and unfortunately, that 1-goal deficit got away from them with about 9 minutes left in the third period, and the Blues fall in Dallas. Calgary loses, but they lose in overtime, so they pick up a point, and they now sit with Vancouver at 65 points, Doug. I would imagine that's what the Vaughn Index was, or is, this damn Vaughn Index.
I hadn't checked it yet, but I will. The goal differential for the Blues is now a -8. The last 10, they're, let's see, 6-2-2. The Vaughn Index for the Blues would be a 64.
Okay. And that is their point total, Martin.
Oh, wow.
See how it works?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what Calgary, I don't know if you have time to compute, but what's their
man.
Vaughn Index?
Let's see. Goals for, goals against, away. Calgary via 65.
Oh, okay. But Vancouver, they're kind of a different club, so they probably have a different vibe.
Different equation, but if we got time, I would do it. 65 for Vancouver.
Oh, wow.
65.
Mm-hmm.
Tim, what are their points, Calgary and Vancouver?
65.
The math
Same as the Vaughn Index?
The math is spot on.
Okay. Wow. I don't think it was just the Dallas power play. Don't you think the ease with which they scored? Was it 4 goals on 4 shots on the power play?
Hopefully it got off to a rough start.
What makes you say that?
Well, they scored on the first shot. That's always and apparently that's happened like 5 times this year.
He was yanked.
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised, and they can say, "Oh, they took him out, Coach. Why'd you take him out?" He's like, "I just try to mix it up." I mean, he had a really crappy start. It was like, I'm sure Bennington didn't want to play deep down, and then he takes the loss. How about that? Has to come in relief, and then eats the loss.
Here's John Montgomery following. He still likes what he saw, though. This was like a home press conference.
Huh.
Well, I mean, we didn't execute. We weren't as aggressive as we had been, and you give a good power play like that, time and space, they're going to make tic-tac-toe plays, and they did that to us. We're happy with the way we're playing. We like our spirit. I thought we were resilient, so we're just going to keep that spirit alive, and we'll march on to Wednesday.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, that's about all you can say after a game like that. They did come back twice, fell behind, came back, fell behind again, came back, so...
42 shots on goal, Doug. 42 shots on goal.
Yeah, they outshot him almost 2-1. But our netminder didn't stand on his head.
We're going to need to start the Vaughn Index for the doggies as well. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Well, they haven't scored yet, nor have they given up a goal. They're 2-0-0 games. It doesn't get any more exciting than that. Their Vaughn Index, let me check here for a minute. That's going to be a while. Let's see.
Boy, the time kill music is a wonderful score.
Let's see.
Taylor Twellman said on the broadcast, these two could play another 90 minutes and nobody would score.
He was enjoying
That's
it.
endearing.
Commissioner Garber on line 1. Taylor, we're trying
The Vaughn
to
Index
sell
would be a 2 on St. Louis City right now.
That's their point total, though.
Is it really?
Wow.
So it does work for soccer, too.
Oh, it absolutely does. The Vaughn Index never takes a day off.
Guys, did you hear Butch Patrick on the Blues broadcast the other night? That's from the 3 and 4. I think Martin might be responsible for that.
It's a proud moment for this show, I think. Let's just extend it to the entire show. On Friday, friend of the show, Calvin May, sent me a text and said, Martin, Butch will be at the game on Saturday. Let me know if any media is interested. Butch Patrick, of course, Eddie Munster, friend of the show. Both he and Calvin have been surprise guests. Big moments for the show. And I thought, this kind of feels like a Kerber thing. You got a whole broadcast to do. Kerbs likes pop culture. I just said, if you're interested, and he said, hell yeah. And I connected the two. And then Calvin yesterday told me it was great, that Butch had a great time. And he said to extend his thank yous, and if anyone else needs to get in touch with him, we can arrange it.
Oh, you going to call Butch?
Butch Patrick is now bigger in St. Louis than he was when the Munsters were on primetime television.
I didn't hear it, and I don't know if KG could do a deep dive. I don't know what had happened. We want to ask, but Kerb's going to explain it. Kerb's going to be on at 8:15. But apparently, Butch Patrick, Eddie Munster, was part of the Blues broadcast. I wasn't trying to sell it, but I did say, Cubs don't win the World Series without Butch.
Nope. And so maybe it can help the Blues in that prayed down market scheduled for noon on January 14th.
Couldn't hurt at all.
Instead of hoisting Stanley, they'll be hoisting Butch.
Butch Patrick in his Vidow's Peak. You're welcome to participate in the program. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. The YouTube chat is active as the day is long. John Scores is in there talking to Codeine Cardinals. It's all brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Stags talking to voice of the Mets, Lindsey Nelson. And the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer is talking to I'm a bad boy and I'm testing things. And Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. But Jackson said Joey Vitale's Orange Scully is the YouTube chat.
That is what I've been informed.
You have sources?
Yeah.
But aren't you in charge of the naming?
Not
on the YouTube
not
chat.
YouTube chat, nor really the text line. By the
But
way,
I thought this was the week where 101 listeners, new listeners to the program, can get their name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You will do it from today through Friday.
Yes.
So if you just have this guy wants his name changed. The top non-name in the text inbox wants to be the professor in St. Louis.
okay.
So text in, and Jackson will go through and update the names, but only in the first week of the month. That's his policy, Doug.
All right.
So you want to have a name? Now, can you change your name?
Yes, for the first week, but
What's wrong with the other 3 weeks?
because it's a lot of work.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a pain in the ass, if I'm being honest. But I'm doing it,
Work
so
ethic takes
I
a
don't
hit.
see. So what do you want from me?
No.
Do you ever reject them like a license plate?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're gonna say something that's just terrible, not
Like
gonna-
terrible, like a bad joke, or like vile?
bad jokes, okay. Like something, like bad. I'm not gonna change to something like that.
Okay. Clarity.
I'm not just a marionette doing exactly what you want, but I'll help out is what I'm gonna do.
Tim, are you taking questions?
I am taking questions, Doug, however, will not be available till
sorry.
10:15.
Is it suspicious that Joey Vitale, who has not been on the road much because Cam Jansen's filled in, Joey's been doing the TV side, and Joey's got 12 kids or
He has
13?
12 children,
Okay.
that's correct.
They're going to be in L.A. all week.
Oh, and he's making the trip?
Looks like Joey's on the trip.
Amazing how that...
Wow, just sort of...
The trip to Manitoba, though, he wasn't available.
No, sort of. So Southern Cal for an entire week. Doug, they play the Kings, the Ducks, the Kings.
Nice.
They're just hanging in L.A. for an entire week. Joey's back out on the road, Tim.
It's amazing how that works.
Coincidence?
Maybe they really needed him.
Yeah. I'm
They
sure
needed
it's
his
just
presence.
scheduling.
All right.
I also wonder if they I like a good travel story. Do you think they stayed in Dallas last night, rest up, and get a good night's sleep, and then fly to L.A. today? There's no hurry to get there, other than the boys might be like,
I think that's the right play.
I think
if I had
it's-
to guess, I would imagine generous executive Mike Caruso could inform us on that. That's what I think the play is.
Yeah. What's the hurry about flying all night, trying to sleep in an uncomfortable plane, and then getting to L.A. at 3 in the morning? Ruin another day when you're there. Yeah, I think it makes more sense just to stay.
We'll
where you
find
are.
out. Curb's on at 8:15, or is it 6:15 SoCal time? But when he's in L.A., I hate to say it, Tim, he could probably catch up with Butch.
Yeah, but
Now that they're tight.
Butch Patrick is back in L.A. now.
Well, I mean, he's
he
from
has a
the
place in the Hollywood Hills.
greater L.A. area.
Jackson, why not make a Google form to update the text names? Super easy and organized way to track it. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Not a bad idea, but we're already deep in the jungle, so we're just gonna keep
Even the
we're just gonna keep trekking. We're just gonna keep. A lot of people are
you're over
asking.
there doing it as we speak.
Well, a lot of people are asking for put my name in there when it's already saved. Like I got producer Joe's ass scab. You're already in there.
But how did... and that one got approved.
That one's good.
How would they know? I guess we...
I tried to send a text back saying I got you.
Okay.
Look at you.
Because you're right.
These are good
Otherwise-
customer relations you're practicing.
Yeah. Some would say that's if even my detractors would say I'm affable.
Would they?
Yeah. At worst. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Even my detractors would say I'm affable.
I like that term.
Yeah.
Detractors do exist. Some exist in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. The YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra, superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it, containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbs. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra is the official sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat, and that's where you can watch the program. It's where you can interact with other listeners. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. STL. Losers, stop bothering the show to change your name, you dolts. Doug, that's from the Afton Altar Boys.
Okay.
We have focus issues, so likely we would have been distracted by something else.
Mr. Tim, why is Doug so bad at picking a lead? Dude holds like I hold his redacted. It's Mizzou. Mizzou is the lead. Hey, whilst I have you, Mr. Martin, did you receive my live reports from the Combine? Some of them kids can really scoot. Thanks. And hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, fellow cadet Martin, and he is covering the Combine for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune, where Brady Cook experienced his stock rising in Indianapolis. How about that?
Yeah, he ran well and threw the ball well. I have to think that the Combine is not that necessary, really. I think it's a TV show. If you want to see who Brady Cook is, put on the video of him playing football for 3 years. It's not how he runs in a T-shirt and shorts. It's how he plays. You got all kinds of video. You want to see how a guy plays football? That's how you see. You don't see it by him running in gym shorts or lifting weights.
Would Jackson say it's culturally expired? I mean, I think in the old days, you didn't get the footage the way they do now or watch every single game, so they'd bring them all into Indianapolis. Who do we got? Oh, you played at Nebraska? Tell me about your season.
Yeah, that's a good call, Martin.
Let's see you lift some weights. Let's see you go for a run. Do you really think you haven't seen enough of Luther Burden? Okay, go out there and run.
Yeah.
What if you get 20 sacks at Notre Dame this year? Defensive line, but you go to the Combine. Oh, he didn't really lift too well.
He stumbled out of the blocks and didn't run the way you wanted to run. Oh, geez, now I'm not sure you're going to make it.
Not to mention, like, half the guys skip stuff like bench press or other stuff.
Can't blame him. Can't blame him. But nonetheless, it was still good to see a nice performance by Brady Cook. Because I want to see him get a chance. I'm not sure he will, but I sure hope he does.
I'm kind of curious on Luther's spot in the draft.
Didn't they decide he has small hands now?
This is when they start picking him apart.
Yeah. So he has small hands.
Let's see. Is there a Vaughn mock draft? I feel like Luther's going to be about 22 or 23. Is that, are there odds on that out? Can you bet on that, Tim?
So are you betting on the,
Gosh, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
on the Combine?
Okay.
That'd be tough.
Jackson, I see Angry Dan, Lee May Ace, Afton Soccer Guy. These are all respectable monikers.
And Jackson's over there changing it.
He's doing like clerical work.
He is. I mean,
we're
all
trying
these
to win
guys go in here, and I say guys. I know a lot of them are
Women.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Sharon and Clayton sent me a text about a DM she sent me, Doug.
Oh, really?
Morning, guys. I tried sending you some current pics in an IGDM. Now, these are pics of a venue. I just didn't list what the venue is. But I have to be invited by you to send them. Just wanted you to know that's what my DM was about. I'm not a stalker. I will send them here if you're interested. Thanks. Happy Monday to all. That's from Sharon and Clayton and Sanibel and Maui and also that nice area in Michigan.
We're going to get her vacation home pics? Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I'm looking in the
What time?
Instagram chat.
Get it slotted. Dossier.
Stiefel dossier.
Sharon's home picks. What do you guys think about
She's got 4 homes.
8:45? Okay.
That'd be good, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
She has 4 homes, apparently, in vacation spots sprinkled around the United States.
Is my name
nice.
deemed inappropriate? That's from Longer Than Martin's onboarding process. I don't think so.
No.
It's actually in the...
Yeah, it's in there.
Maybe someone will draft him in order to convert him to safety. That's from Steve in Wildwood. We did see that around here quite often, really.
Right. Yeah,
Steve Bellisari,
we're taking
Crouch.
quarterbacks and making them safeties. That was very odd.
I'm looking at my Instagram DMs, and I don't have anything from Sharon and
I
Clayton.
think she said she's entered the TMA, but I just looked and I didn't see it.
All right, fair enough.
Maybe it's in the request. I don't know.
Requests. I've not looked at my requests.
Oh, it's lovely.
Uh-oh. Now, what does that mean?
Well, I'm talking about your personal. I don't know about your personal.
You're in my personal request?
Wow.
No, I'm not.
What's going on,
I
Martin?
don't know what's going on.
Are you in charge of all of Tim's social media? Are you part of his team?
No,
When Tim wins an award, does he thank his staff and all of the amazing people that do the little work?
You're like reading message requests on Instagram.
Is Sharon selling timeshares or something? That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I don't see it anywhere on the request, so I don't know what to tell you.
Doug, the Stiefel dossier is a magical one, and we're going to let Jackson work through his feelings on Missouri Vanderbilt in the next segment.
Okay.
I have a feeling it's. Yeah, I just heard a moan.
Foul him! Foul him! You're up by 3 with a few seconds left. With a foul again, foul him!
Well, Jackson's feelings will be worked through coming up. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and what better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows during Universal Windows Direct tax time sale. You can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there is no limit. Need 4? You only pay for 2. Need 20? Only pay for 10. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here is something that will make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. That's right. No interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. That's all from Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William T. Gilman.
Okay.
Mom will not watch the news because she does not want to see highlights of Missouri and Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Doug, before we help Jackson workshop his feelings about Saturday in Nashville, let's talk about co-host Josh Schertz's team. Martin, I mean, it was like Loyola Marymount was in their bodies and running around out there.
Sick. Gibson Jimerson, 9 threes.
Telling you.
I don't mind if teams are chucking the three if they're hitting the three. They made 18 out of 34, a new Billiken record.
And,
3-pointers made.
Beating the Ramblers. And ILL put it on a team that, Joe Ladorty has the brackets already. And Missouri and Michigan are seen as being destined to meet in the second round of that tournament. Missouri is a 4 and Michigan is a 5. Well, that 5 seed took a beating yesterday at the hands of the Illini. And maybe, as Brad Underwood said, this team's getting healthy, and now we're going to see that team that we saw here in St. Louis in late December, and then skull-pounded some teams in January before they hit their skid. ILL surging at the right time with the win in Ann Arbor. But it is our responsibility to help our compadre. Doug, you call him a coworker, I call him a friend. His name's Jackson Burkett. He loves the Tigers. In 2 weeks, he's going to be live streaming Missouri's NCAA tournament game or games. And I would imagine if we had a live stream on him on Saturday night at about 7 o'clock, it would have been just brutal. Jackson, is that accurate?
Yeah. I said I was watching with my girlfriend, and I said,
"Oh, wow! Was that the first time you let her see this?"
No, this is the fourth time she's seen it.
What's her record?
Yeah,
honestly, 0-4.
Whoa! And we didn't bring this up earlier.
Yeah, it's tough.
Scholarship rescinded.
No, not her fault. I was sitting there watching. I was like 45 seconds left. I go, as long as I don't do anything dumb, they should win this basketball game.
And yet,
they did a couple of things that were dumb. Mark Mitchell stepping out of bounds with the ball, had possession there. That was dumb.
I see with 12 seconds to go, they were given a 79% chance of winning the game.
Yeah, Jacob Cruz fouled before the inbounds play with about 24 seconds left, allowing no time to elapse. Dumb. Can't send them to the line without time ticking off. And then, not calling a timeout with those last 12 seconds when Vandy ran up the floor, and then definitely not fouling when you had multiple prime opportunities to send them to the line. That was silly.
Up by 3 with just a final possession.
Yeah, and it sometimes can be some coaches will demand you always foul up 3 late, and I tend to agree. It's sometimes case by case. But when you have a guy dribbling, that's definitely a time to foul. If they're just sitting there holding it or they just caught it, can be dangerous. But when they're dribbling, especially inside the 3-point line, you have to foul. You just have to foul right there.
Now, I asked Jackson before the program if we had Dennis Gates' press conference available. It is not available anywhere. That is,
unless I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. I looked all morning for it and could not find one piece of video.
That's surprising to me.
Yeah, I was the same way.
But he did talk following the game, and he blamed himself for the loss. He said, "I've got to do a better job of organizing our team defensively. I had a timeout, and I should have used it." That's after Caleb Grill hit his free throw. At that point, Missouri is up by 3 with 9 seconds left. And what Gates is saying, with the timeout that he had left, he would have gotten the team together defensively and made it crystal clear that they needed to foul to keep Vanderbilt from getting the 3-point opportunity. Now, Mark Mitchell said in his post-game comments that they were aware that they were supposed to foul. They just didn't do it. And that's what led to Vanderbilt getting that penetration and the kick out for 3 and then tying the game.
Yeah. Yep, you got to foul in that situation, and you had opportunities. It's one thing if they're just firing the ball up floor and it's all catch, and then the guy shoots it. But when you're dribbling up the floor and then he gets inside the 3-point line, that right there, Anthony Robinson had a prime opportunity you go for a steal, obviously, because you get the steal, great, perfect, game over. But you go for the steal, you get the foul just fine, make him shoot 2, time's going to tick off. Yeah.
Why not foul every time up 3? Because you said circumstance.
I never like it when a guy catches. A guy catches around the perimeter. If he catches
you're going to foul him while he's shooting.
Because he could go up so quickly, and now you're getting a shooting foul, and they're shooting 3 free throws, or God forbid they make it or something. But when they're on the dribble, to dribble, pick up, and shoot in one fluid motion for a foul, not going to happen.
But I can't imagine a player dissecting that in the moment.
No,
like, if
of course,
you
it's
tell
hard.
them,
I mean,
foul, but don't foul, I think you have to have a universal rule on it.
Yeah, 100%. I think the universal rule is if someone is dribbling and you're up 3 late, that's when you foul. If someone is putting the ball on the floor.
Yeah, nobody cares at all. Blues are 1 point back. Let's move on. Mizzou will never win anything. Doug, that's Harrison's brother, Master. He has really been a negative listener of this program, I think maybe for a decade.
It'd be surprising if he was supportive, so therefore I can, just let that roll right.
You respect the fact that he keeps to his brand.
I guess, yeah, if I can respect anything of that nonsense, yeah. I think consistency is respectable. His attitude is not, but, take what you can get.
But you're disappointed in him, no doubt.
I don't care about him. I care about the Tigers.
Okay.
About that?
It's a bad loss, not because Vandy's a bad team. Vandy's a good team. That's an absolute ticket puncher for them to go to the tournament. It's just bad in the way they lost. Frustrating, more so.
When Mark Mitchell got trapped and stepped out of bounds, I turned and looked at my wife and said, well, they're going to lose this one. This game tamed my expectations for this team just a little. That's from the 314. Now, I know this is, Doug, would you call this Cowherdian?
Well,
because
maybe.
it's contrarian.
Okay.
But it's truly how I feel. You look at their last 2 losses at Vanderbilt, then the week before against Arkansas. They played horribly against Arkansas and still nearly won the game. I would say what worst or second worst game of the year was in Fayetteville, my opinion.
Probably the worst.
Okay. And still nearly won the game. And then this game took a couple of moments that we've cited. You cited the Cruz foul. This gentleman citing the Mark Mitchell stepping out of bounds. I thought the exact same thing, by the way, that this person texted in. And then also Vanderbilt, which Missouri had defended incredibly well in the first half. Vanderbilt was not able to do a damn thing from 3. I think they had 1 3 at the half, hitting 2 big-time clutch threes down the stretch, with Missouri also having some self-enforced mistakes. And so I understand that what happens to fans, because this is just natural in the moment, you then get either too high or too low. And from my standpoint, I look at both and I go, yeah, those are games that they kind of should have won. And yet with making mistakes, that's the reason that they lost. I still am, if anything, I'm actually higher because, and here's my reasoning for being higher, I'm probably going to get a better price on Missouri because of some outliers. And therefore, as crazy as it sounds, I'm higher on them after that. So do with that what you want.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
It sounds contrarian, but that's because in the whole scheme of things, I mean, I guess maybe it could matter between being a 4 and 5 seed, maybe a 5 and 6 seed, I suppose, if they split this week and then they go out in their first game in the SEC tournament. Being a 6 seed, I wouldn't think would be the worst thing in the world, by the way, because then you're dodging being in the same top half of the bracket with the 1 seed. But with that all established, I don't know. It doesn't really change my mind all that much. I would have wanted them to win, of course, and I was disappointed that they lost. But dialing it in, for example, I'd be a hell of a lot more concerned this morning if I were Michigan, a team that's been edging out a lot of their wins. Then they go up against a team that's trending like Illinois and they get blown off the floor. That's not what we've seen with Missouri. They've had to screw up in order to lose games on the road in the deepest conference in college basketball history. And so from that standpoint, when the time comes here in a couple of weeks and these games really, really matter, I'm still high on Missouri, and that's got nothing to do with the fact that I went to school there. It's how I feel. So do with it what you want, Doug, but I am being Cowherdian.
Oh, okay. I guess the flip side of that would be after you won that game in Alabama where they looked so darn good, you thought they could beat anybody. Now they've lost 2 out of 3 games since on the road. Can they win on the road? And in the tournament, you're going to have to win on the road. They do not have a very good road record.
Sure, but
they won in Gainesville. They won in Starkville.
They did, but they've lost in Vanderbilt and Arkansas, and they lost to Texas and Illinois on the road and Memphis on the road. And
Memphis, first game of the season, Illinois, New Jersey. And then, I get what you're saying, Doug, but Tennessee's also lost at Vandy. Florida's lost at Vandy. It's really hard to win on the road, especially in the SEC, but in college basketball in general. That's what honestly makes Illinois' win even more impressive. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. But I just think that they have the ability to stifle runs from the other team and go on runs themselves. And to me, that's like a huge recipe for the tournament. Tournament is such a game of runs, and if you can go on a lot of 10-0 runs and you're not conceding a ton, that gives me some confidence.
To go on a 10-0 run, you have to get hot. And if we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
Hold on a second. What was that?
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
Yeah. Martin, that might be the lead on the 2 Fox tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now Martin's in studio with us. We will get to the weather and that horrific murder. But first, news of a team that could win it all if they just get hot.
Well, that's right, Marty. If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
According to the Vaughn Index, According to the Vaughn Index, no, I think Mizzou is fine. It's a disappointing loss, especially Vandy this year, though. They're not. If you go to Vandy and lose some years, like, oh my God, they're terrible. It's disappointing, not devastating. Doesn't really change your big picture. I like how the rotation is whittled down. They still get to the line a ton. They had 35 free throw attempts. They get to the line every single game. And I enjoy a coach who admits it, right? And says, I should have done better there. And
I do have some Gates audio now.
We do, yeah. KG,
wow.
Friend of the show, Luis, sends me a text and says, I am emailing you some Mizzou postgame audio. I went over to KG and said, email this to the show, and here we go.
All right. Tip of the cap.
Luis.
I should have used the timeout to organize my team a lot better than I did, and that's on me. At the end of the day, strategy is strategy, but I need to use a timeout to get our team set, and I just assumed and didn't do what I needed to do. I don't want to take anything away from Coach B and his program by saying we did it to ourselves. They did it to us. Whatever turnovers we had, whatever loose balls they got, whatever rebounds they got, they earned every bit of it. And that's how I look at it. It was a hard-fought game, and both teams did a great job. We executed how we needed to execute. We fought back, again, a game where nip-tuck, you had 15 total lead changes, and obviously that second half was a great half. I mean, it's just the madness in March at this point. Both teams are familiar with each other, and our players made plays, and we played well enough to win, and we were in a situation, and again, I have to do better for my team.
I like that.
Yeah, I respect that. Mm-hmm. That wasn't the I'll just fall on the sword to move on thing. I mean, he was a specific, if you're watching that game, and I bet a lot of people were, going, why aren't they fouling? Or why aren't they calling a timeout after Grill hits the free throw? What's going on? That wasn't, after the fact, let's build a narrative because of the result. That was an in-the-moment second guess. And I respect that he acknowledges it, and he knows he blew that. Because I do think if they call a timeout, I think that the outcome, you don't know, because Vanderbilt gets to the line, and who knows what happens with a rebound possibly, or they get a look. But either way, they're not getting what they wound up getting, which was a pretty damn good look considering the set of circumstances and who shot the ball with needing to hit that three with 2 seconds left. Another thing you can make a case on is that I think it was 2.8 seconds when Missouri inbounded after the three. Yeah, use the timeout there to set up some kind of play as opposed to just run down the floor and take a shot from half court.
Yeah, I could see that.
I wonder if he's yelling, foul, foul, or is he just, was it talked about earlier, or did it not get addressed at all?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it could be like a learning experience. Like sometimes a game like this, if this is a similar situation in the tournament, now you have some sort of blueprint. That's just looking on the absolute optimistic side. On the true optimistic side, Anthony Robinson has continued to play really, really well, and that is crucial for the tournament. Like, if they're going to make a run, he has to be part of that engine, and he's been outstanding.
You must not have looked really hard for that audio, Jackson. That's from Harrison's brother, Master, and he is at war with you today.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Martin, but the person who sent that to you is probably on the list that gets the audio after every game.
I would think so. So
who
Luis,
is friend of the show, Luis?
When we say that audio courtesy, St. Louis Blues, that audio courtesy, Yes Network, that audio courtesy, Luis Noya. He used to work with me at KTRS. Oh. He does not. He's in the private industry now, so I'm not sure.
The private sector?
He's on other opportunities?
You may be correct, Jackson, that he's on some type of email chain. I don't know. We're not Luis sourcing. I'll just text him, although he's a loyal listener. Even when he's in Puerto Rico, listens to the show. Shout out to Luis's dad.
All right, shout out. Well, you hope that maybe a game like this would have been a good learning experience, because when you get in the tournament, so many of the games come right down to the scramble of the last 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. It gets to be a three-point shooting contest or a free throw shooting contest. And if you haven't got it figured out how you're going to play it, you're going to run into these games a lot.
Definitely.
So you have to get hot if you're going to win the baby.
That's right.
Win the baby. I got to say, Illinois is as tested as anyone. When you think about a Big Ten schedule, but they played Tennessee, they played Mizzou, they played Duke. I know, I'm saying, like, think of all of the non-conference games they play.
Yeah.
So if they can kind of just get rolling late
Plus
here.
10,000 to win the tournament. Missouri is plus 5,000. Illinois plus 10,000 to win a tournament.
To win the what?
Tournament.
How do you spell that?
And maybe the biggest win.
E-O-R.
But maybe the biggest win
is.
Don't you think SLU needs it more than anyone? Because Illinois and Mizzou are going to the tournament. SLU needs that double bye. They can't play with this thin a roster and try and win 4 games in 4 days. So if you can get in that top 4, you got to win at Dayton. I don't think Travis Ford ever won at Dayton. And Coach Schertz and Jackson, are you on the trip with Coach Schertz? That's tomorrow night in Dayton.
Am I on the trip?
Well, I just thought equal time. Friend of the show.
I should accompany the team.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got the Mizzou.
Jackson's not in the mood for your.
Well, I just am confused.
I thought maybe you'd be fielding offers since Mizzou offered. Maybe now SLU would offer.
Like I'm trying to, up my NIL deal. No, I think I'll take what I can get here. I'm not trying to rock the boat.
You're ending the recruiting process now?
Offered and signed same day.
I'll be turned.
Well, true son that I am.
Well,
how would you spend a day in Como all alone as a true son?
Tournament.
I'm hoping Coach Hurt, if they can win at Dayton, it's huge.
Hey, Doug, would you say it's important to hit your free throws at Borsch? That's from
would.
Big Tough.
I absolutely would.
SLU can kick rocks.
Hey.
That's in the 6-3-6, and they're not happy with the Billikens now.
They won 3 in a row. They're hot.
This is Tiger Country. That 6-3-6 is back.
We're literally in St. Louis.
Yeah.
But this is Tiger Country.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Pitino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni,
I'd rather
marinara.
be Mizzou than Arkansas, scoring 20 points with 10 minutes left in the game. Holy hell. Calipari's losing his mind.
Jackson, I think I got to give you credit on that play. Didn't you say South Carolina's a great play on Saturday at home against Arkansas?
I was rewarded handsomely.
Oh, you made a play.
Yeah, I loved that play.
Just how handsomely were you rewarded?
What's going on with you? The trust fund liquidated?
Trust fund not liquidated, still intact, but let's just say it got a little healthier.
Ooh.
This NIL money you got from Mizzou?
No comment there. I don't know if you can gamble that.
Expect you can do whatever you want to with it.
Probably. It's the Wild West. No, I love that. But yeah, I love a home dog. Everyone knows I love a home dog.
Everyone knows that.
And I thought South Carolina was actually they have a guy who's really, really good and like a
that breakdown
NBA player. And yeah, I was short in Arkansas, and they got their ass beat. Holy hell!
Stephen A., what do you know about South Carolina? They got that guy who's really, really good.
I can't. He's got 3 names, and my brain is overstuffed.
Mizzou fan from the 636. Shocker. Guessing his BMI is over 42. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, who is a huge Billiken fan, and he's not happy with the 636 for calling this Tiger Country.
Of the 3 local, all right, guys, we can throw Wyndham and SIU in there as well. Of the local college basketball teams, which fan base do you think is the heaviest?
Clip that off.
Or heftiest?
The fattest fan base?
Heftiest. Huskiest?
Probably Mizzou.
Wow.
And why do you say that?
Well, it's a bigger fan base, and the more people you take into account, the more likely you are to run into the chubbies.
I don't think it's any mistake that the furthest team west was your answer. That just seems wrong.
Oh. Well, I think the Billiken fan base skews older and probably a little less chubby.
A little wiry.
Frail at times.
Well, can't we be big fans of both teams or all teams?
Nope, you got to pick.
You got to pick
They
one
never
or the other.
outside of Mizzou and Illinois, it's not like they play each other.
Mizzou used to play St. Louis U, and it was fun.
I'd love to see it again.
That McNeese State win over Mizzou in the first round is going to hit like butter. That's from Steven Time, and he can't wait to watch Jackson live stream a loss against McNeese State.
And then when I say, hey, what was that guy's name again? Sorry, Tim.
Steven Time?
When I say, hey, Steven Time, like Mizzou's rolling and they're deep in the tournament, and you say, oh, I was just joking.
Those McNeese Cowboys
Keep
have
that
won
same
8 in
energy.
a row.
I'm telling you that you should watch that video with their manager. It's electric.
Don't tell me what to watch.
You're right.
Illinois plus 1,600 to make it to the Final Four. Doug, what do you think Missouri is to make it to the Final Four?
Illinois, you said, is plus 1,600?
16 to 1 on your money.
Maybe 1,200?
Not bad. Boy, you're really having a big show with the odds.
Right.
Plus 1,100.
Okay.
Auburn minus 170 to make it to the Final Four.
Jeez.
You got to lay down a lot of cash to get War Eagle and have it pay off. I don't have to lay down a lot of cash when you go to Schnucks, Martin, and they got all kinds of deals, don't they?
It's unbelievable. Right now, 2,300 items have been marked down. So when you're grocery shopping, don't even look at the price of eggs. Just skip right on by. But you want to save money, you can do it because 2,300 items have been reduced. Jackson's Stoke Cold Brew has been marked down. Jack's Pizza. I can't go through the whole list. It's too long. Who's got the time? But they've lowered prices on so many different items. Whatever's on your list, you're going to save money stopping by your neighborhood Schnucks. Check out the digital shelf tags as well. Those are all around the store. Finding tons more items that are all marked down, lower prices. Schnucks trying to help you out as the cost of groceries has increased. We all know that. Save big on that Chobani yogurt. That'd be for Doug. A little healthy breakfast. Mm-hmm. Little organic, girls.
What flavor, Doug?
Plain.
Mm-hmm. That Vaughn living on the edge.
No added sugars.
Look at the back labels for the Vaughn Index when you're shopping for groceries and also save on over 2,300 items. Everyday savings that you can count on all at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every single day.
Guys, I went to the SLU game Saturday. Nothing but old white guys who have no clue about basketball. Then I went to Tam Avenue and people watched the 20-somethings. Man, this town's screwed. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup, Doug. Not on board with the olds, not on board with the youngs, not on board with our region.
Gosh.
Lady Sonia's teacup.
People from St. Louis suck.
Okay, stop it. You guys probably all hit Mardi Gras pretty hard, I guess.
Jackson did. He loves giving out the beads.
No, I didn't go.
What happened?
I had
Mizzou at 5. That
Mizzou
kind
at
of cut
5.
into it.
Mizzou tip at 5. That can't be. Yeah, you guys mentioned that. I had
Blues and Kings.
my niece's birthday party, which was a great excuse, so I didn't have to go. Not to mention I want to be there, of course, for my niece. But yeah,
Great excuse, so you didn't have to go. Great excuse to not go to Mardi Gras?
Yeah.
Did you need an excuse? Were you being
No,
peppered with requests?
I actually wasn't. None of my friends went.
Your Ladue friends didn't go to Mardi Gras? Oh.
No, most of my Ladue friends don't live in St. Louis, which is even tougher.
Where'd they move to?
Elsewhere.
Coast.
Sweet Kai.
A lot of coast.
Sweet Kai, Northeast, Martin.
Coast of Lake Michigan for some. Yeah.
Is that Chicago?
Yeah, my town, see. And
Chicago's my town, see?
yeah.
Edward G. Robinson.
Yeah,
Rest in
so
peace.
not a lot. Yeah, there was not much pressure for me to go, and that felt good. It's just not. And I like
Did your lady friend who is 0-4 watching Missouri basketball?
That's the lead.
Absolute cooler.
I think so too.
No, she did not want to go.
Are we at a point now that she cannot watch Missouri games with you, both because we're at the time of the year where the games start to increase importance, and also because she is 0-4?
She knows I'm superstitious, and before I could even say anything, she's like, "I'm ice cold with this. I'll remove myself from future Missouri games."
Did you act like a lunatic during the game?
Not really.
What about the ending?
No. Over time, I was not confident going into it because Vanderbilt was starting to get hot from 3. And they had all the momentum. So I kind of accepted the result before the 5-minute overtime period finished. I was fine. That would have been different if that game was in like mid-January. That could have been worse. But knowing where they stand.
Downtown was full of drunk zombies by 2 p.m. on Saturday. Driving around was wild. That's from Beer Cats.
Isn't that always kind of the case on Mardi Gras?
Yes. Yeah, that's my problem with Mardi Gras. Like I like hanging out in Soulard and outside, enjoying if the weather's nice, hanging with people. It's just the accessibility to get in and out. They shut down so much of the streets that it's really hard to leave.
So how do people do it? They all Uber?
You have to walk like super far to get to where they're not blocking off streets and then Uber from there.
You got to park at like Busch Stadium parking lots and walk
I would
down.
recommend Ubering.
The guy calling the Billiken game tied it all together. He said, and they fatten up here, gorging on threes. He had a whole Fat Tuesday Mardi Gras
resume reel.
I do like
tie-in.
king cake. I like king cake. That's a tasty treat.
I dropped my daughter and her girlfriends off at Mardi Gras on Saturday, and if she's anything like her mom, half of Soulard saw her naked.
Oh.
Doug, that's from our former TMA fan page moderator, Neil Allen Craig
Gosh.
Paquette. Girl
Taking a
Next
shot
Door
at
of
this-
the Year candidate from Jefferson County.
Kind of redundant, but
Just drop a Tim drop after Tim talked.
Absolutely.
That needed to be done. Yeah, it can be a really fun time. It's just logistically kind of a headache.
at least it's one big outdoor party we have in St. Louis.
No,
There's not a whole lot of them.
I think it's great. Like I think like the spirit of it, but like also again with Mizzou tipping off at 5, how the hell was I supposed to get out of there?
Yeah, well, you couldn't.
No.
Well, they probably had the game on at all the bars. Could have been elbow to elbow with some
Watch
beads
some
and beer
guy
spilling on your
hammered,
shoes.
Yeah.
Hey, file up late, Gates. What are you doing, huh?
Yeah, I don't need to hear that.
Yeah.
Plus, there's other. Tennessee, Bama. I got to watch that instead. That was great.
How about that
There's a
finish?
lot of great college basketball on. Kansas keeps losing.
Hey, Neil Allen, Craig Paquette. Yes, we did. And thank you. That's from Beer Cats. Doug, I don't know what that means,
I
but
don't
Beer
either.
Cats has sent a thank you note via the Air Comfort
I think
Service.
he's talking about seeing
text
naked.
inbox. Seeing former fan page moderator Neil Allen, Craig Paquette naked?
Well, he said his wife. Didn't he say if they were
He
like
said
his wife?
daughter.
His daughter.
It's even more disturbing. God. What's wrong with you people?
You can talk about what's wrong with you people at youtube.com/TMASTL. 238 people are in there, including Erin in St. Chuck. She has nipples pierced. That's sponsored by Michelob Ultra. It's the YouTube chat, which won the Listener of the Month. Not the chat itself, but an individual going by YouTube chat. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, what glorious weather we have had. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling that has been the longest running sponsor on TMA. Storms on the horizon, though, Martin.
Yeah.
Storms on the horizon tomorrow as the warm weather will turn a little colder, gets down to the 20s on Thursday. And when you have that happen in the month of March, that's when you're going to have some storms. If you run into any issues with your heating and cooling system, go to designairservice.com. You'll be working with Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA, more than a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Chris Kerber coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 10:15. And then that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. Miss anything, you can go back and podcast. That's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, or go back on YouTube's channel and watch the program and podcast it that way. So many different options. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Ondoff Chevrolet and Johnny Ondoff Autoplex. The Blues lose at the hands of the Dallas Stars. Final score of 6-3. They're off today. Back in action tomorrow in La La Land, taking on the LA Kings. Pre-game at 8:30 right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drops at 9:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Ondoff Chevrolet and Johnny Ondoff Autoplex. See them at Ondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Happy flight, Redbird, retired numbers and players. Busch Stadium, the Arch, Clydesdales, and the Rally Squirrel. Game 6, walk-off victory, fireworks, championship parade, do the wave, do the wave. Cardinals playoff baseball, let's fill the seats with red.
Tim knows the words to this. This is just
It's only
disturbing.
been playing for like 14 years.
Oh yeah, guys. All right. I'm gonna give you the lineup. Kyle Loesch is on the mound with Molina behind the plate. Alan Craig is taking over the duties of first base. Across the stretch, last year's MVP freezes on third. Furcal's out, but Scalzo skipping calls when God is back for serve. Cardinals playoff baseball, let's fill the
Doug acknowledged that it's a wonderful tune.
It's just a great song.
Yeah, that one Greg played first.
Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. If you're watching on YouTube, you see him manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines as we speak. Chris Kerber coming up on the Stiefel dossier. That's in 15 minutes. But, Doug, it's time for the Nolan Arenado update. Date. In New York, they want Arenado because in what is a spring training tradition, DJ LeMahieu got hurt over the weekend.
Okay.
And the third base situation in the Bronx continues to be the focal point of Yankees fans. MLB Network came through Cardinal spring training camp in Jupiter on Friday and talked it over with both John Mozeliak and Nolan Arenado. Jackson, you order the sound in the way you see fit. You have the C on your sweater.
I think we should hear from the third sacker himself first.
Okay.
Nolan Arenado.
All right.
I mean, obviously, I'm just trying to get ready for the season, and I expect to be in St. Louis right now until I'm told I'm not, and I'm excited for it, and there's been a lot of noise and out there, some truth, some that wasn't the truth, but at the end of the day, I can't control that. All I can control is myself, and I need to go out and play better. I didn't have the year I wanted, and I have high expectations, and God willing, I stay healthy and be able to accomplish them.
When you look at this team, they're a bit of a transition.
Yeah.
Goldie's not here. There's some names. There's some young kids here. When you look at the group, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of young guys, but I see a lot of young guys that have a chance to do something great, and we have some talented players here that we need to take the next step, and the expectation is for them to do that. So, and including myself, we got to go out and play better, all of us, and hopefully good things happen. You never know. Baseball is crazy. We got Sonny leading the charge, too, so it's always nice to have an ace like that, and then you never know what can happen.
Lastly, the division as a whole, it seems wide open.
It is wide open, and there's some teams that obviously got better that are going to be tough, yeah, for some reason, it doesn't seem like anybody's running away with our division. I would assume the Brewers will be there. That's how, like they always are, and hopefully we're right there with them.
I wonder if I can make a request, and I don't know if you are taking a request, Jackson.
Indeed.
The first, 11 seconds of that soundbite one more time.
I mean, obviously, I'm just trying to get ready for the season, and I expect to be in St. Louis right now until I'm told I'm not. And
that's all I needed.
Until I'm told I'm not.
Mm-hmm. But you control that. They can't come to him and say, you're traded. He controls it. I think that's an important part of that.
Kind of an interesting way to phrase it.
You think that was the response in the office?
Well, I don't know.
The team has to make a trade that they want to.
Right.
Till I'm told I'm not. I guess you could argue he's saying until they come to me with a legit offer and like chance to leave. But again, yes, he has a large role to play here.
He has absolute control. He has 100% control. So to talk about it passively when he is the active party is not necessarily accurate. All right,
He said he was excited, though. Don't know if I picked that up.
What do you have here, Jackson?
This is John Mozeliak with the MLB Network talking about Nolan Arenado.
In the offseason, there was a lot of conversation about Nolan Arenado, obviously. And
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, it's weird, right? But just to let you know, there was. And you know what? It could have been awkward, but by all accounts, you talk with Ollie and Nolan, it sounds like he's in a good spot. Everyone is in a good place. I mean, that has to make you feel so much better that it's going a lot better than what it potentially could have been.
Absolutely. Obviously, this could have gone sideways in a lot of different ways, but I think the one thing that we did was we tried to honor his request to explore some things. It didn't happen. He's back here in camp right now. As of right now, he's a Cardinal, and, obviously we think the Cardinals are better for it if he's on our club.
So it's better because he's here, but he's still here for now. So I don't really get it.
I thought the interesting part was saying honor his request as opposed to it being kind of like a mutual conversation. It seems like it was Arenado who was like, I'm looking to get out. Based on that clip alone, I think.
As opposed to them going to him and saying, hey, do you want to be here? And he's like, what are my options?
Although, if he did say, I think I'd rather get out, that would technically be his request.
Both could be true.
Yes.
That they went to him and said, we're kind of in a retool. Don't call it a rebuild. Call it a transition. What do you want to do? And he says, I wouldn't mind going somewhere else.
Then that would be honoring his request, yeah.
Yes.
So I guess you can see it both ways. It's obviously
But
mutual.
they're better with him here, but it's for now.
Right. So if everybody really was excited about it, you go, hey, I'm here. Let's go. I'm not going to accept a trade.
End of story.
And that'll wrap it up.
But it's not. It's still twisting
that's
in the
what
wind.
I want to continue to drive home, because over the next 4 weeks there will be spin that will take place. And I understand it. Hey, I get the organization has to spin it. I get Arenado has to say what he has to say. Mozeliak has to say what he has to say. But this is more of a communication. Do you like communique? Do you like that?
I don't care for it, no.
Communication to the fans that would be like, oh, he wants to be here. But just because he doesn't want to be here doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't like St. Louis. He just is at a point in his career where he wants to be on a team that he sees as having a legitimate chance to win a World Series.
Is it possible he just doesn't like the parking situation at Mardi Gras?
Okay.
And that's enough for him to ask to get out?
Okay. I hadn't thought about that.
It is funny. They're trying to spin it, but they're not really working that hard at it because they can't. You can't sell the fact, hey, he really wants to be here. No. And we said it in October. Late October. We were sitting here and said, I think both sides are kind of good with, hey, you want to go? Go. That's good. I think they're still mental. And you can almost hear it. Arenado is not that excited to be here. He could be worse. I mean, that's what he said.
Motto.
Right. Could be worse.
Could be the White Sox.
Neither side is that excited about this situation.
Now, I want to emphasize this on the front end, that spring training statistics nearly universally can be lit on fire and tossed. However, when they carry over from the statistics that actually matter in a regular season, then I think they garner more attention, and I would say, personally, justifiably so. Nolan Gorman got his first hit yesterday, Doug. He has won in 15 at-bats. However, he has 8 strikeouts.
Mason Wynn is 0 for 15 this spring.
But I bring up Gorman specifically because that's what the Arenado move is all about. From the Cardinal standpoint, Arenado wants to go be in a spot where he feels better about winning a championship. But the Gorman situation is a carryover from what has plagued him, and that is that strikeout rate.
I think it was 40%, his career strikeout rate. So he's a little ahead of that right now.
Take your shirt off. I don't know that you can build around that. I don't think you can. That you can claim that this is going to be an everyday player in our lineup until he proves he's earned it.
Are you theorizing, Tim, that the Cardinals would look at that? Let's say we get a couple more weeks in the spring and say, gosh, maybe we shouldn't try so hard to trade Arenado because we don't really have an answer.
It continues to be something that is a monster concern. And I don't know if it was a case of they moved Walker and Gorman up the organization so quickly that the swing flaws that they have weren't corrected at the lower levels, and now they're up here, and now they're trying to change it while they're at the major league level, which is brutal to try to do. And so you're seeing either the regression or the stagnation. But that has to be something that they aren't just dismissing, whereas I would imagine, yeah, you don't want to see Nolan or Mason Wynn be over 15, but you've seen him hit at the big league level, and you've seen him mature, and you know he's your shortstop one way or the other. The Gorman situation, that's a different deal because it carries over from the regular season where he has that ridiculous strikeout rate.
Yeah. I think they're also, like with anything, a domino effect to it, because if Gorman gets more playing time, then JC gets more playing time somewhere else, in the minors, and then so on and so forth. So if Gorman doesn't work out, at least you've accelerated the process of finding out what your infield looks like for the future.
The second highest strikeout rate on the team is Jordan Walker. He's 2 for 13 with 7 strikeouts. So Gorman's 1 for 15 with 8 strikeouts. Walker 2 for 13 with 7 strikeouts.
At least Siani's 1 for 12.
So you like that?
And Herrera's 0 for 7.
That's got you encouraged.
So these young guys are trying to build around. They're really in high gear.
That's good.
And big old Luken Baker.
That's your guy, dog.
Another home run.
Yeah, all he does is hit homers.
Won't get a chance.
He is leading the team with home runs.
They
he
won't
has
play him.
2, and he was blocked by the catcher they signed 2 years ago, who a month into the season they wanted to move to the corner outfield spot, and is now playing first base.
Baker will go to AAA and hit 32 home runs, and we'll probably never see him again.
Where do you play him?
Well, somewhere, DH, first base. You're going to say
6 DHs.
But are you going to say we've got to make room for Gorman, who does nothing, and this guy who hits? Sorry, there's no place for you.
Yeah, it's tough.
I had a conversation about Luken Baker last year with somebody in the organization off camera, and they kind of said, "Oh, he's more of a AAA guy," and they were kind of negative. And I said, "I don't know. I didn't draft him. I mean, you guys picked him in the second round.
Yeah,
I think that's a weird thing too. That sometimes they don't like their own players, and I like to argue with them. You picked him.
Yeah,
I didn't pick him,
and you keep paying him and having him in your organization batting 400 times.
If you get to the end of the spring and the offense continues to look this way, and let's say Pleasant Gentleman's got 4 homers, 5 homers.
Pleasant Gentleman.
I think I got to have him on my team if nobody else hits. Hit 65 homers in Memphis. I don't know exactly where I'd play him either, but I think I kind of want him on the team.
For the life of me, I don't understand why some guys in this young group have the "we'll give them runway" attached to them no matter what, even though they haven't performed, whereas you have another guy who has, and then he just continues to be dismissed.
Some of it's probably pride, money they've got locked up in a first-round pick.
That's a nice read.
They've told everybody this guy's a star, and doggone it, they're going to keep putting him out there until he hits something.
But that's why Baker was a second-round pick. He wasn't like a 10th rounder. Yeah. That's what's weird. I mean, and I don't know that it would translate, that if you gave him 500 at-bats, I don't know. But for a team that doesn't hit, there was the projections the other day, each team's home run leader. And I think the Cardinals had like the lowest, in the bottom 4 or 5. Most teams had somebody hitting 40, Ohtani or Judge, whatever, 40-plus homers. The projection, for what it's worth, had the Cardinals' home run leader as Nolan Gorman at 25. So for a team that doesn't have much perceived power, I think I'd at least got to have him on the team.
Well, if a guy like Baker hits the way he does at AAA and you don't think he's a major leaguer, why are you wasting your time with him at AAA? What does he have to do? Why wouldn't you move on? Why wouldn't you trade him or move on for somebody else? What else can he possibly prove to you?
It's a very good question.
Very good, Doug. Doug with a good question.
Yeah, nicely done. Hey, if you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Mentality says this year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Chris Kerber's joining us. Coming up here on the Stiefel dossier at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. Watch the program and engage in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, listen live on 101 ESPN or the 101 ESPN or TMA STL apps. Those are presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here on this Monday morning. And you know what, folks? You've heard me talk about now for a while the folks at Classic Air Care. And, yeah, you've heard me talk about their 4.8 Google rating, which means people are reviewing them and giving them great reviews. Having said that, here's the bottom line. One of the most important pieces of equipment in your house is your furnace. It's your AC unit. And one of the things you have to do to make sure that you get the full span of its life is to make sure that it's updated, to make sure that it's maintained, to make sure that it has the maintenance on a regular basis to last. Why? Well, it's a machine. It's no different than your car, no different than any other thing that needs regular care to make sure that it runs at optimal performance. And that's what they do at Classic Air Care. They've got maintenance program that gets you priority scheduling. It gives you greater opportunities to make sure that when you need them, they are right there for you. And they also make sure that your unit is up and running with regular scheduled maintenance visits. You need to do it. It's no different than changing the oil of your car. And when you do that, that helps you avoid major catastrophic problems, especially in the middle of the winter or the middle of the summer. It's really that simple. So call the folks at Classic Air Care. That's what I did. They've come over to my house to make sure my 8-year-old unit is running well, and it is. And we're going to have them back out to get it ready for the spring. Classic Air Care. Get an appointment online at classicaircare.com, or you can call them. They have live people that answer the phone. That's very nice as well. And they've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch the show, go back and listen to any of it by watching it on YouTube, or the Schaefer Door Company podcast of the Morning After. It is our pleasure now to welcome to the program the voice of the Blues, fresh off a busy weekend, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, how are you today?
I'm wonderful. Martin and I were debating as to whether or not you guys would stay in Dallas and then fly to L.A. or just get on the, Doug, you call it the Bird? And then fly to Los Angeles right after the game last night. What is the official verdict?
And a lot of times it just depends on time zone and time of the game, but with it being a 5 o'clock Dallas time start, we flew straight to L.A., so we are out in Los Angeles right now.
Wow, good morning to you.
Yeah, you are up early in the morning. The Oscar parties are still going on, though, right by
moments. Yeah, there are moments that I go, why the hell do I do this morning hit?
But this isn't one of those mornings, is it?
No, this is one of those mornings.
No.
You drop out of that.
Oh, Curbs, are you staying at Butch Patrick's place for the week?
No, that was actually wild. To get a text from Martin Kilcoyne on like a Saturday night going, hey, this is kind of unusual, but would you like Eddie Munster to come up to the radio booth? I went, I was at dinner with Roman Duenas.
Oh, yeah.
On Friday night, Martin, your great producer there. And his wife, we were out at Tucker's having some great dinner, and I started laughing, and I'm like, this is one of those text messages you don't expect to get. And then when you get it, you're like, well, yeah, I mean, when else are we going to have Eddie Munster come on the air with us? So let's do it. Of course, listen, guys, this led to a hell of a discussion here because, okay, first off, Cam Jansen knew who it was. I knew who it was. The guy filling in, Grant Francis, who's a terrific producer over there, he was filling in for Alex. He really didn't know who he was, and now nor should he. He's 27 years old, right? So you're like, okay, there's definitely a generational gap here. But we had a previous conversation because it apparently a little figurine of Joe Booze showed up in an empty Blues locker, and whatever player put it in there. Going into the weekend, they're coming out of the break, isn't owning up to, which is fine, nor should they. But it led to this discussion with Grant, who hadn't seen a bunch of sports movies, and you know how, like, every year, like, every sports station has to rank the sports movies like it's ever going to change the rankings, right? But at the same time, I'm like, holy cow. Like, some of these younger kids that are working in the all-sports station, they probably haven't seen some of those classic sports movies yet. And he hadn't. So it was... Like I'm sitting here thinking, I think you probably, if you're hiring people for a sports station, we need to make sure that they've seen certain movies.
Did Butch break it down? Do you think Cam and Joey are feeling a little threatened right now?
No, although he did say he did say that his first ever hockey game was taken by he was taken to his first ever pro hockey game, right, by Herman Munster, Grandpa Munster, and they went to some game out here in Los Angeles before the Kings were even out here.
Oh, wow.
So in costume, I hope.
Now, that would have been good. I guess he was in town for a horror convention. There's a horror convention somewhere around.
I usually make sure when that is going on.
Is that not the lead today?
You said it was a horror convention?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Well, I'm glad I was able.
I can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait to find out the next obscure text.
I actually texted the TMA. I texted the TMA group and I said, I've got a link to getting Eddie Munster on the Blues radio. I'm like, I kind of think Curbs might say yes. Yep. I'm going to go for it.
He did. He bet it.
All right. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah. That's just absolutely weird enough to do it. Like, you'd be foolish not to. Yeah.
We also noted, is Joey Vitale, is he on the trip the whole week?
No, he's back. He's doing TV on the rest of it.
I slandered him. Was he in Dallas last night?
He was in Dallas, yes.
Okay, I slandered him and said, I noticed the guy who hasn't been doing a lot of radio decides to go for a week in L.A. I have to rescind the slander.
Yeah, it's been good. Bernie, with Bernie Federico doing, 50 games, that left another 30. And, Joe does such a good job, and a chance for him to get that experience on the TV side is good. So Cam Jansen's been doing an excellent job filling in, and Cam Jansen is going to join us on this road trip out here in L.A. where we go Kings, Ducks, Kings.
Huh. Nice. As far as this game last night, you feel like they just kind of ran out of gas after a great string of hockey there for a couple of weeks?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, Doug. They had, it was their 6th game in 9 days, coming out of the break. Your body gets worn down a little bit there. I thought they played a pretty good game. I mean, they peppered 42 shots on net. Had they kept it even strength, they'd have been fine. The penalty kill went 0 for 4, and that was the absolute killer there. And, in the end, a couple of whether it be fatigue, some mental mistakes that you saw made, or clearly the penalty killing issues, but they still played fairly decently in that game. And you're playing a team that's just better than you are. And in the end, the penalty kill and their power play was the difference maker. But, it's been a heck of a pretty good run, 6-2-2, I think, in the last 10 games. Now, the challenge with last night and the game going that way is you're going into L.A. on Wednesday now, and L.A. is 19-3-3 on home ice. And you've got 2 of your next 3 games there. And the Blues had an opportunity last night because Calgary lost to, I believe it was Carolina, that they could have leapfrogged Calgary and Vancouver. Now, those 2 teams still had 2 games in hand on the Blues, but right there in there, quarter to go in the season, and you're right in the thick of the playoff race. So they're in a pretty good spot.
Do you notice the guys a little bit more jazzed up now since they've made this run here lately?
Yeah, you can definitely see more confidence. You see them playing with it. You see the swagger. Guys, there's a difference here. We got the trade deadline coming up on Friday. I go back to the 17-18 season, the year before the Cup run. Remember, the team was in Minnesota at the trade deadline, and they traded Paul Stastny. They traded their number 1 center, and they were 1 point out of a playoff spot. And then Doug Armstrong said that one of the reasons for it, he goes, I just didn't like the feel of the locker room, the feel of the team at that point in time. And it was not a popular move by any stretch of the imagination. And they ended up missing the playoffs that year by a point as well. This team this year feels different. There is some real camaraderie on this team. There is some real togetherness. And even throughout the struggles of the first part of the season, you still felt that. So I'm intrigued to see how this week plays out. But there is a good vibe around the team.
Kerbs, Robert Thomas, another assist last night. It's 10 straight now with at least an assist, and that's, in terms of Blues history, starting to get up there in rarefied air.
Yeah, it is. So Bernie Federico did it twice. Had 2 streaks of 10 games with assists in 10 straight between 80 and 82. And then I'm trying to think off the top of my head who Craig Janney did it, I believe, in 91, 92. And the record is 12 from Pierre Turgeon. So Robert Thomas is now at 10. It's a heck of a run for him. And, he's playing well. And, there really was a vibe, and hockey is the ultimate team game. But truly the linchpin to the Blues' success, I think, still right now is going to be Robert Thomas. He takes all the major faceoffs. His faceoff percentage has been fantastic. The way he can play, the way he can dish the puck. When you have the total buy-in and Robert Thomas playing like he is now, that's really the head of the snake right now for the St. Louis Blues.
With 20 games still to play, you figure the Blues have to win, 14 or 15 of them, probably to get in?
Yeah, you know what? You're looking at, 64 points now, so 30 more points get you to 94, and that's going to give you a shot. Now, whether it takes 92 or 96 this year, that remains to be seen on how some of these head-to-head games go. But, yeah, somehow you got to get to 30 points. The easiest way to do that, win 15. 15-5 is a hell of a run for a team that's only just a few games over 500 now. But they got 20 games to go. As of yesterday, and I haven't looked at the standings yet because it's a little early in the morning out here, as of yesterday, of those 20 games, 11 of them are against teams that are not in a playoff spot. So win the games you should. Going to have to pick up a few wins and maybe against some better teams like they have on this current run. And then you see how it goes, and hopefully you just, don't look back on a season and say we just ran out of time.
Yeah, at least they beat the Kings the other night, because they're going to see the Kings again twice, 3 times in this stretch here of 5. Yeah, it's sort of a weird twist here where you see L.A. 3 out of 5.
Yeah, it saves us from having to come back out to Los Angeles, on an odd trip or extending a trip later on. So I do, we had Calgary and St. Louis for like back-to-back games right earlier in the year. I don't mind this aspect of that at all, staying on the road if you're already out here. But yeah, look, the LA Kings are one of those teams, guys. Right now, they could be on another path for the 3rd straight season of seeing Edmonton in the first round of the playoffs. They're good. They're solid. But you're right. The Blues did beat them the other night. And now you had their backup goaltender. I don't expect that to happen on Wednesday night. But having said that, the Blues, I think, to keep this kind of pace going, you're going to need 2 out of these next 3, which means now it either means a win in one of these games against LA, or it means 2 overtime games. But either way, 4 out of 6 points, I think, is critical over the rest of this road trip.
Blues and Kings pregame 6 p.m. Puck drop 7 p.m. Our Blues and King Blues, that's from this past Saturday. Blues at Kings pregame 8:30 p.m. Puck drop 9:30. That is on Wednesday as the Blues continue on this critical road trip the week of the trade deadline. Chris Kerber with us every Monday at approximately 8:15 here on 101 ESPN. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for getting up early with us.
Guys, have an awesome week. Have a great week, and we'll talk to everybody on Wednesday night.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, I think that math's about right. 15 wins,
probably have to
30
win
points,
yeah.
94. That shows you how much of a test it is.
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do.
Going to win 3 of every 4 or go on another little mini run here.
Well, the way they played the last couple of weeks, they can do that. You know what they say about getting hot?
What happens?
You can win this baby, and they're hot right now.
What would you give a higher probability to? And you're on a heater with this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Missouri in the Sweet 16 or the Blues in the playoffs?
I'd say Missouri in the Sweet 16 is a better chance of happening.
Missouri in the Final Four or the Blues in the second round of the playoffs.
Oh.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Oh,
right
there you got me.
Right there.
Boy,
yeah.
did you get me.
Suck it, Doug.
Hey, stop it, ball game. I'll say Mizzou in the Final Four is still a better shot.
And Jackson Burkett's spirits have been lifted, Martin.
Doug's on a red hot take.
Sorry.
Red hot take streak. He's just been spot on. Actually, that's not true. They say he didn't like Unforgiven in the commercial break, so there was one off
I
there.
didn't care for it.
I have to say, historically speaking, Blues in the second round is the answer. More likely to happen.
Because
since
one,
the
of
other
course,
has never happened.
Never happened.
Oh, there was a horror festival in town. The Trans World Halloween and Attraction Show. Tim, it was at the America Center.
Oh, wow.
Friday through Sunday. Major website for it as well. So the great Butch Patrick was in town.
Nice.
For the premier show sponsor was Froggy's Fog.
Froggy's Fog.
That was the premier sponsor.
Like a fake fog company?
Probably for all your Halloween needs. It looks like it for people that put on Halloween events and maybe just fans of horror.
The Munsters wasn't really a horror show, though.
Well, I know. I don't know.
They had horror roots.
Horror roots.
Well, like you can make like a funny ghost show. It still has like rooted in horror, but it's a little kind of an off-speed pitch.
I like the fact that Herman Munster took him to his first ever hockey game.
Jackson says that the film The Substance, Doug, which did not win Best Picture last night, is too much body horror for him. Is that right? Isn't that what you called it?
Yeah, it's body horror.
Demi Moore did not win Best Actress.
Okay.
And is it because there was too much body horror?
No. I don't know.
What does that even mean?
Body horror? So if you ever seen like the Saw movies?
Have you seen the Saw movies? There's a little boy on a trike.
It's like
Is body horror like gore?
No, gore is a part of it, yes, but it's not like just because a movie's gory doesn't make it body horror. It's like self-mutilation, like Saw, like it's like you have to
topic.
fit. I know, that's why I don't really love it. Like you have to fish this key out of your eyeball to be able to escape.
And somehow didn't win Best Picture.
No, that's not what The Substance is. I'm talking about Saw. The Substance is body horror in a different way. But it grosses me out. Like that's the stuff, like even needles going into someone's arm kind of grosses me out. blood loss. It's nasty to me. So I love the movie, but I wouldn't watch it again because I don't like the body horror.
Were you furious and tweeting up a storm from your burner when Demi Moore did not win?
No, I think they got it right pretty much all night.
Wow, Doug, the Academy got it right all night, according to the owner of goodorbad.com, Jackson Burkett.
Yeah, I think they kind of nailed it.
Wow.
Up and down the board.
Winning movie was?
Honora.
And Honora is about?
Sex worker, played by Mikey Madison.
Mikey Madison.
What's his other previous work? Her.
She won Best Actress. If you saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, she plays a Manson family member. In fact, a very important Manson family member. She may or may not have gotten hit in the face with some dog food.
Squeaky Fromm? Wasn't she a Manson
Squeaky was played by, that was Lena Dunham.
Oh, how could I forget that?
But Mikey Madison played another important member. If you saw the Scream movies, that's true horror. But she was in that. She plays a sex worker who gets married to a Russian oligarch's son, and a lot of bad stuff happens. But it's really good.
Honora. So was Emilia Perez favored to win or no?
No. By the end, because of the DGA and PGA awards and Honora winning those.
DGA and PGA.
It became kind of obvious that
So the golf community hands out movie awards?
Joey Highsmith, what a comeback yesterday.
Producers Guild of America and Directors Guild of America.
Oh, sorry.
The Honora won there, and that kind of set the stage.
I just feel like they
win.
need more award shows. There's just not enough between the Golden Globes and the SAG Awards and the People's Choices and the Emmys and the Grammys and there's not enough to show what true geniuses these people are.
It seems to perturb you, so why tune in? So why tune in?
It's just the celebrity watching, I think, is interesting to see just how goofy they are.
I thought it was an enjoyable broadcast.
I like Conan. How did he do?
Love Conan. I thought he was good. I think it's a tough job. I think it's clearly a tough job. That's why they're having a really tough time getting people to do it. But I think he's kind of perfect.
And they brought a supercut of his audio?
I have some of his jokes,
Ooh, Martin, it's a supercut.
I'd like a supercut. Yeah.
Right? A little Conan supercut coming at you live.
A complete unknown. A real pain. Nosferatu. These are just some of the names I was called on the red carpet. I think two are fair. If your acceptance speech goes too long, instead of playing you off with music, we have something much more powerful. We'll cut to John Lithgow in the audience looking not angry, but slightly disappointed. Well, we're halfway through the show, which means it's time for Kendrick Lamar to come out and call Drake a pedophile.
There you go. A little supercut.
I think that was a supercut of Conan O'Brien hosting the Oscars last night.
What made that different from like a montage?
That's a good question. I was synonym. I would call that a synonym.
Okay.
There wasn't like kind of upbeat music. Like David Bowie wasn't playing in the background.
They had the LA firefighters read some jokes.
That was
kind of like a Letterman bit kind of thing.
I thought that was good.
And the one guy read the joke, and it said, Timothée Chalamet did such a great job singing. He was such a good singer, they thought maybe he couldn't get the part.
Yeah.
Good Bob Dylan joke.
I liked the LA firemen out there.
Jackson, of the 10 films nominated for Best Picture, how many did you actually see?
I think 8.
Wow.
Oh, Lord.
I think 8. Yeah, I did not see Emilia Perez, and I didn't see... I can't remember. I'm Still Here, maybe? I didn't see that one.
And you thought that the best film you saw won Best Picture?
Yes. Honora was 3 on my list for 2024.
But that's my Doug, I love this list.
You actually had a list.
Yeah, of course.
He has goodorbad.com.
Of course.
But these are my favorites, not
There's
the
nothing
best.
at goodorbad.com. I just went there.
These are my favorite movies of the year, not necessarily the best.
Okay, what are your favorites then, baby? What are your favorites?
Challengers was number 1. Dune,
and that's the scene where the two guys make out in the more popular MMF?
There is that.
For heaven's sake.
There is a scene with that, but I wouldn't say that's the... Well, it's kind of...
put it over the top for you?
It's kind of the overall vibe of the movie. Challengers rocks. Dune Part 2 was number 2. Just that's a personal thing. I love Dune. And then Honora was 3. So
it was the
right, for me at least, it was the right winner. I didn't see Wicked 7. I saw 7. I didn't see Wicked and never will.
Kim and I thought about seeing The Brutalist on Saturday. We were looking at movies, but it was 3.5 hours.
It is 3.5, and there's an intermission.
I'm concerned about Ariana Grande. It looks like she hasn't eaten in 6 months.
She's quite thin.
I mean, really terribly thin. You wonder if she's sick type of thin.
I don't think she's sick. Well, if she was bloated, people would call her fat, you know?
Do you watch the Oscars alone, or do you have a little watch party?
Yeah, do you have a watch party?
Sometimes I watch with my mom. My mom loves it. She's a former movie critic herself. But no, I watched Han Solo yesterday.
Okay. With a little notepad?
No notepad. Once Honora, like, even from the get-go, won the screenplay, best original screenplay, I was like, okay, there it kind of is. They're gonna.
It's like when Auburn won the conference title.
Yeah, it was like it's a little anticlimactic. It was kind of obvious at that point. I was curious to see if Mikey Madison would still trump Demi Moore for that.
And you feel like the Academy got that right?
Yes, I thought
the Academy got it right with Mikey Madison.
Okay.
Well, if you're going to give Honora the Best Picture, the movie doesn't work unless Mikey Madison's really good. And so if it wins Best Picture, then therefore she should win Best Actress. And I feel pretty confident about that.
You think Dune 2 is the second best movie last year? Really? Okay, nerd. That's some big tough.
That didn't feel good. That didn't feel good.
I made sure to preface by saying these were my favorite movies. You cannot argue with me what my favorite is. I did not say these are the best, because who the hell cares what I think? But I can tell you what my favorites are, and Dune 2 is my second favorite.
There you go.
Any of these movies you think we'll still be watching 30 years from now? I said, I remember when that came out. Boy, that sure is great.
Yeah, I think a lot of them. I think The Brutalist is certainly one. Nora, I think, absolutely will be. Yeah. I think it's tough to tell in the moment, you know? But, yeah, I do think so. I think Mikey Madison's going to go on to have a great career, and this is going to be like a jumping-off point. So, yeah.
A jumping-off point. Well, one guy we could ask about that is Mark Milton.
There we
After
go.
you do your taxes, you may want to jump off of a bridge or something. But Mark Milton is there to help you through that. Or if you have any kind of problems with the IRS, that's what he really specializes in. Maybe you've got unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, keeping you up at night. Or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. This is serious stuff. You can't put it off and think it's going to go away. Mark Milton is right there to help you. He is at STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is absolutely one of the best guys in the country for this. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of problems with the IRS and the godforsaken tax man, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email that it is a brand new month, and that means the standings are all even at zeros. Can you beat Buck Swope? Can you beat the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom? Now is your chance to compete with the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the 101 ESPN phone lines at 314-974-0101. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. You like this, Doug?
Well, it's okay, I guess.
All right. Jackson, what is the theme for the music today?
Haven't really picked one yet. I wanted to kind of play some and see if it would guide me. We've done a lot of 90s hip-hop, but I figured, never hurts to have a little Notorious B.I.G. in your life.
Let's see, 8 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. The show's called The Morning After, and it is the month of March, and it's a brand new month, so you can compete from a 0, 0, 0, 0. Everybody's got zeros place with all the greats in the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50. Gabe DeArmond is going to be with us, brought to you by James Carlton. That's coming your way at 9 o'clock. I mistakenly said 10:15. Jackson, you have Dick Vitale. He has made his return, and he was on the call of Tennessee and Alabama, and that was a Jim Dandy, Doug. Take a listen here. We're talking tournament.
Love to hear it.
Now this crowd is on its feet again.
Oh, it's hysteria. Hoops hysteria, baby. Look at them. Look at them go wild. They're all standing up. They love it. How could you not love it? We get paid for this? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Ziegler will inbounds, and here we go.
Well, they turned down Gainey. Now Mashak's got to go.
He will fire.
Dickie V.
Okay.
It's so good to have him back.
Doug didn't like it, I can tell you.
You didn't like
the edit. You didn't like the edit.
The edit
ending.
was a little rough.
A little more for a buzzer-beating shot. You wanted a little more flavor.
Yeah.
Doug, nothing new from Ladorty since Friday on the Blackatology.
Okay.
But Jeff Borzello has just released his picks for all 31 men's college basketball conference tournaments.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Doug, who do you like in the SWAC?
I like that club that's playing the best right now. I think we all know who that is.
Arch Madness here.
Who do I think is going to win March Madness? Arch Madness.
That's right.
Let me check.
Bradley.
Let me see.
No,
who's
I'm sorry.
playing well.
Charlie Marlowe vehicle.
How about Drake?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they are the favorites.
Yeah.
42%. And Borzello has them winning it. Do you want to know who wins the...
Missouri State's had a rough year. They're 2-18 in the league.
You calling for Conzo?
Yeah, seriously.
That's a rough year.
You might be wondering why he came back. You get that Mizzou money on the way out, just kind of enjoying life in Florida. Like, sure, I'll coach again. Oh, what am I doing?
Doug, do you want to know who's going to win the SEC tournament?
The SEC, how about
Who do you
Auburn?
think it's going to be?
Auburn.
Jeff Borzello has Florida win it.
Okay.
That's Cowherdian.
To go against the grain. Jackson, do you agree with that take?
One more time, I'm sorry. I was changing the name.
Oh.
Who do you think is going to win the SEC conference tournament?
And Jeff Borzello has Florida win it.
Ooh. I'll be bold and say Auburn. I'll be real bold and say that the best team in the country is going to do it.
Yeah.
And what about the Big Ten tournament? Not as obvious, even though Michigan State's having a great year with Tommy Izzo.
I kind of like Wisconsin. I know Wisconsin literally just lost to Michigan State, but I really like the way Wisconsin played. Like Greg Gard. I kind of like Wisconsin.
Doug, who do you?
I'm going to go with these Fighting Illini. I think they've turned it around. They've eaten Michigan. How would you say that? Michigan.
That sounds stupid.
Okay.
It's Michigan.
It's a B.
Through the nose. I'll say Illinois will shock them and get healthy and win the Big Ten. How
Jeff
about that?
Borzello has Maryland.
Okay.
Oh, Maryland. They can play.
All right.
I like the Wisconsin play for the Big Ten tournament. Then maybe a first-round flame-up.
Yeah, I can see that. But I think, Wisconsin could play. There's like 4 teams in the Sun Belt Conference who are all claiming co-conference champions. I saw this over the weekend because they don't do tiebreakers in their conference.
Doug, do you have a problem with the SEC determining the women's #1 seed with a coin flip?
Oh, I don't really have much of a problem with that because I could care less.
Oh, wow.
Is that a problem?
Wow, Dawn Staley joins us now.
Okay.
It's going to berate your ass.
I really don't care who gets the #1 seed there.
Sometimes in the World Cup, they draw lots, and that's how they decide some things.
I don't like that.
Yeah, it seems a little weird.
Yeah.
Would it be better if Greg Sankey did rocks, paper, scissors against Dawn Staley?
That'd be kind of, I'd tune into that.
They don't have any kind of criteria they could run down to pick a #1 seed? Points for, points given up?
I'm sure they could, but they don't.
Why?
Well, what do I look like?
A crowdsourcing
Guy with the answers?
Yeah.
Are you loading in total packages neighbor? Southside Porta Potty Peaker.
No, these are the new names.
I wrote
Jackson
down some
will change names during this first week of the month, and he has been busy as a little beaver. If you want to have a name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson will change it today through Friday. But once Friday's show's over, Doug, he's done again until April.
Okay.
I noticed a request to be Edmund's text ringtone.
Yeah, I think that's in there. Yeah, I'm working it, so just be patient. Sometimes it might not show up on the first day, but day 2 it will, so just relax.
I'm changing mine. I'm Edmonds is busy farming.
He's a very busy farmer in Tennessee. And in the Atlantic 10, Borzello does not have the Billikens making a run.
He doesn't.
So Josh Schertz will be able to return to working with us. He's got VCU as winning his tournament.
Chalk.
Yeah,
it is chalk. But
well, I'm going with the Billikens. If these Billikens can just get hot, they can win this baby.
Win the whole thing.
Well, they can win the A-10.
All right.
I don't want to root against a team that I really want to win.
Well, yeah. That's why I didn't take the under on Missouri's win total last year in college football, which was 9.5. Speaking of which, Brett McMurphy from Circa with the odds to win the college football playoff title. Doug, that just came out this morning.
Well, how could it possibly? They haven't had the first practice.
Brett McMurphy has it.
And we're already deciding who's going to win the thing?
Do you want to take a... who the favorite?
Gosh. The favorite to win it all next year.
Yeah.
How about Georgia?
No.
The stupid pick, I know. What have they done in the last few years? Stupid me. Doggone it. Gosh, I'd like to have that one back.
Good for you. Good for you. That's the accountability that Dennis Gates exhibited.
Can I have a first letter, please?
Oh.
Orion State?
Hello, la.
Ohio State.
Yes.
Okay.
But they're tied with another team.
Initials, please.
T.
Tennessee.
No.
Ohio State and Tennessee, Texas.
Yes.
Okay.
Not bad.
Tim was genuinely excited when he gave you a T and an E, and you'd already picked Tennessee, and then you wagered Texas, and Tim was excited that you nailed it.
You can't teach that enthusiasm. For the record, Missouri and Illinois are both 150-1 to win the national championship.
Value, Doug.
We should probably at least have a practice before we decide who's going to be.
Because you practiced over the weekend. Coach Drink said they've got some new energy.
Yeah. What would you expect him to say? God, we look terrible.
New players?
People look bored.
New energy.
Alan Dadeville is a big Georgia fan, and he says it is a dumb pick, Doug. Dog's O-line sucks something awful. That's Alan Dadeville, and he's down on his dog.
All right.
Come on, babe. Put the bag
No, don't do it.
Drop it.
Oh, he got him. Oh. Right in the chest. He felt like he'd been gored by a bull.
Mr. Siders, who has been prominent in the TMA text inbox for a number of years, as Mr. Siders, wants to change his name to Jackson Zaddy. Will you change Mr. Siders' name? Because he's your Zaddy? You will not.
Whoa.
You denied it.
Denied. Yeah, some people are kind of synonymous with their text name, and I cannot. Harrison's brother Mastered in the prime example. And does their behavior make me not want to change it as well? Maybe. You know, I have to look inward, but that doesn't change the fact that your request has been denied.
There it is, Mr. Siders. You will not be Jackson Zaddy. Okay. Gabe DeArmond is going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net. It was 6 years ago this month that I made the switch to James Carlton permanently, and I'm thrilled that I made that decision. He had been advertising on the podcast and on TMA for a couple of years, and I thought, you know what? It's my responsibility to put my family with the best when it comes to insurance. James Carlton is the best, and so that's what I did. And the customer service that we have received is living up to the billing. Online at carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. And here's the question I ask. Has your insurance gone up year over year? Good chance the answer is yes. If that is the case, you have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800 right now to see if they can save you money at James Carlton, and there's a very good chance that they can. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, sponsor of Gabe DeArmond, coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. South Carolina women's gets their share of the SEC title and the number 1 seed on a coin flip. That's right, a coin flip decided the South Carolina Gamecocks to get the number 1 seed in the SEC women's tournament. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri.
Jackson Burkett will be there on Saturday when they're playing this song at 11 a.m. when Big Blue Nation comes to Columbia. You will be there, right?
Plan.
I live in Missouri. Is that auto-tune right there? It sounds like auto. I just don't know. T-Pain?
The video is South Park-ish. I've never seen the video before.
Nor have I.
What is going on?
What's this going to sound like in Atlanta in a month, Doug?
You think they'll play that? I would imagine they would. They're missing out if they don't.
As Missouri enters the cavernous Mercedes-Benz Stadium for their matchup with Danny Hurley and UConn and the Final Four. I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
Eminently likable Dennis Gates against Danny Early.
The Colonel joins us right now, presented by our friend James Carlton, who is in studio with us. Morning, James.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Colonel.
How you guys doing?
Oh, wonderful. Hey, Colonel, is this the angriest the fan base has been this year during a Missouri college basketball loss?
Maybe. Arkansas might have been a little bit worse. I actually understand it on Saturday. I mean, that's not a game Missouri should have lost in any way. That was the first time all year where they just blew it. Texas, they didn't shoot well. Arkansas, hey, they didn't have one of their guys, and there were some reasons. They just blew that game on Saturday. And I came off that game feeling worse about that loss than any other loss this year, so I understand why the fans did as well.
You feel worse about the way they handled the final few seconds of the game? Is that it, or that they just couldn't close it out?
I mean, they had a 6-point lead with 2 minutes to go. They had a 4-point lead in the ball with 30 seconds to go. I mean, you have to do almost everything wrong at that point to lose, and Missouri did. Mark Mitchell steps out. Well, first Tamar Bates passes up a potential layup. I actually didn't think that was a terrible play, but he throws it to Mark Mitchell, who then steps out of bounds.
Yeah.
Then with 0 time going off the clock, Jacob Cruz commits a foul that you absolutely cannot commit. So a 4-point lead turns into a 2-point lead. Then Missouri actually made its free throws. But Vandy makes, I have no fault for the Jason Edwards 3. I mean, Caleb Grill was close to him. You can't foul there. That was a good shot. But the one at the end, I mean, the only way you can go to overtime and potentially lose the game is by doing what Missouri did. You cannot leave the best shooter on the floor. And Missouri did. Now I agree. Yes, they should have fouled. The clock was at kind of a weird time. Vandy got the ball with 9 seconds left, and that, like, you don't foul with 6 seconds left because then they're going to get the ball back and you're going to have to, do it again. So I didn't mind not fouling then, but once you get down to 4 or 5 seconds, you probably should foul. And if you're not fouling, at least just guard the best shooter on the floor.
Well, Dennis Gates said after the game that he took the blame and that he should have called timeout, that they should have fouled. It was pretty candid by him in terms of just owning it.
Yeah, and look, that's, you can't go back and change the result, right? So that's all a head coach can do at that point. Now, the concerning part for Missouri fans is that is the second time this year, right after a game, Dennis Gates has said, I should have called the timeout and didn't. You got to learn after the first time. And he had the timeout that he could have called before Vanderbilt took the ball in bounds to set his defense and just to tell everybody on the team, look, the only thing we can't do is give up a 3. I think you should know this, but just in case. But then I didn't understand why he didn't call a timeout after the Vanderbilt basket.
Yeah,
like you have 2.3 seconds left. That is enough time to set up something besides Tamar Bates throwing the ball up from 55 feet. I mean, is it probably going to work? No, it takes like a Leitner-like play or, a Tate George play or something in the NCAA tournament or a Bryce Drew, but it can be done. And Missouri just didn't even make an effort.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. What was the other game that you look at it as a miss with him talking about it being
Texas A&M?
Texas A&M, yeah.
He said, he should have called timeout to set his defense or to substitute or whatever before Wade Taylor's three.
Colonel, you write in your PowerMizzou.com 10 things for a Monday morning that what we learned on Saturday reinforces that Missouri could win every game that they have left, or they could lose every game they have left. They travel to Oklahoma, host Kentucky, and then you have the SEC tournament, and they're going to be playing a really good team there no matter what. And then the NCAA tournament. You see this team as having a wide range of outcomes.
Yeah, I think they are like almost everybody in the country. I think we would be shocked if Auburn, Alabama, Duke, Houston, and Florida lose in the first round. And don't get me wrong, it would be a pretty big surprise for like Tennessee or Texas Tech or somebody, but not impossible. So I think there are 6 teams that you look at and go, there's pretty much no way, 5 or 6 teams, pretty much no way they're losing in the first round. Beyond that, Missouri's going to be facing, probably a 12 or 13 seed. Heck, there's one of those almost every year. Missouri just lost to Arkansas and Vanderbilt, and the team they will face in the first round probably is going to be fairly similar to Arkansas and Vanderbilt or Texas. So, I think the vast majority of teams in the tournament, like we've talked, there are 20 or 25 teams who should think maybe they can go to the Final Four. I think there are also 20 or 25 of teams that say, yeah, we could go to the Final Four, but you better watch out on Thursday or Friday.
Gabe, Coach Gates did own up to not using the timeout when he thought he should have. And I was listening to your postgame show on the Power Mizzou YouTube channel, and one of your callers was complaining that he had done too many interviews that week, one of which was on this program. Do the gentlemen in this room need to hold themselves accountable on this one?
You, James. That's the right question.
Not in any way. Look, I get it. People get angry after games, but we say a lot of stupid things. That was a stupid thing to say.
Hey, and on the football front, obviously a good day in Indianapolis. Does Armand Membu? I'm going off the cuff here. Does he have a chance to be the highest drafted Mizzou player ever?
I'd have to go back and I think wasn't Justin Smith number 2?
Yeah, he was, and then Gabbard I think was top 10-ish.
No.
So
yeah. I think he has a chance to be top 10, but not the highest draft. I think Sheldon was 4 or 5 too. So he has a chance to be top 10 certainly, and I think will be the highest drafted Missouri player this year, maybe the highest drafted offensive lineman in the draft.
You think Luther Burden could wind up being a member of your Kansas City Chiefs?
No, I don't think so. Number one, I think he will be gone before then.
Yeah.
Number two, just, I kind of go through this every year because there is obviously a lot of overlap between Chiefs fans and Mizzou fans, and they want the Chiefs to take every Mizzou player. The Chiefs can't take a wide receiver in the first round. They just need too many other things.
And how about Brady Cook, who was very impressive during the Combine? He must have helped his stock a lot.
It helped. I would think it's still, if he gets drafted, it's 6th or 7th round because, the Combine is important, but it doesn't override everything we've seen. I always question these quarterbacks at Pro Day. You should look good throwing at Pro Day. There's no defense. This isn't in game somebody's blitzing you. This is just throwing balls to wide receivers that aren't being covered largely. And I'm not taking away from what Brady did. I'm just saying I don't think that performance probably vastly changes the outlook come April. I think it's still, hey, maybe in round 6 or 7, but probably at least 50-50 that it's undrafted free agent route. I think the good thing is he's on teams' radars. They saw him in person, so teams that might not have been thinking about him, might now think about him as an undrafted guy or with one of those last picks or two. But he's going to have to go into a camp and, fight to be either a backup or probably even more likely in year one is that third guy on the roster and then, go compete to be a backup.
Gabe, with Mizzou's spring open now, football spring practice for the football team, what are your top, there's no concern this time of year, but top things you're trying to find out, gleaning for the fan base?
Well, first of all, we will find out nothing. Like, I wrote this morning, I'm not going to pretend that we are going to know much more about this team in 3 weeks than we know today because we don't see any live reps. Like, I can't tell you about Bo Prabula versus Sam Horn because we're not going to see either one of them throw against the defense. The offensive line is a big question mark for me, but we're not going to see them block anyone in spring football. Teams have taken the access down to a point that the only reason they give us the access they do is so they can say, well, we let you come watch. So they're not the bad guys. I'll be honest, I've talked with a bunch of people in the media. We all wish they'd just close it. Just say you can't come. Because all it does is make you go over there for 20 or 30 minutes, and then you have to go waste an hour and a half, and then you go back for an interview with 2 or 3 people that the team pre-selects to talk. So they're not really we're not going to talk to the quarterbacks. We're not going to talk to any of these new transfers. They're going to nothing against Dalen Carnell and Joshua Manning, but we talked to them a lot last year. They're probably going to start. I don't really have any questions for them in spring football. Honestly, I wish they'd just tell us, hey, we'll talk to you in August.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Every Monday and every Friday, you can read his work at powermizzou.com. Colonel, always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You too. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. James, do you like Missouri at plus 5,000 to win the national championship or plus 1,100 to get to the Final Four? Are you firing a bullet on any of those plays?
I would never bet on Mizzou. I have too much, invested emotionally already. If anything, back to your old, what was it, emotional risk management?
ERM.
Yes, maybe that. Maybe bet against them, but I would never bet on them. I can't handle that.
Jackson, would you practice? You don't have a microphone. Jackson,
I can read sign language. If you want to sign me. That you're
not.
Okay.
Wow. Doug, we're the only true sons.
I guess. James, will you go to NCAA tournament games if they get in?
There's a chance if it's close enough. I'm not going to go to Seattle probably, but Wichita, I used to live there. Yeah, maybe pop over there. And
what's the scene like in Wichita?
Not great.
It's been 20 years since I've been there, but I'm sure it's lovely this time of year.
Is that right?
Yeah, I guess every time I watch Mizzou, they seem like they have the height advantage on every team. Yet they seem to get out-rebounded every game. Mm-hmm. Isn't that kind of basketball 101? The taller team should not get whooped on the boards. Now Jackson's shaking his head.
Well, if you're doing nothing but launching three-point shots and you get big rebounds, and anybody can get a rebound.
Yeah.
A long rebound.
But Josh Gray, I meant to ask Gabe about that. He was not effective defensively, I felt like, on Saturday night. And he's the 7-footer that's supposed to be the rim protector. Okay.
Jackson disagrees over there.
Why would you disagree?
He can't speak. No, just yell.
Just yell it. We'll repeat what you say.
Caleb Grill, is he from Wichita? I think
he
is. Homecoming. I think Malcolm Briggs is from Wichita. We'll take those calls as well.
My parents were from Wichita.
Oh, Doug's parents are from Wichita.
We used to always have to go there on vacation.
Sounded like you hated it.
It was rough. All I ever saw was old people in Wichita. I guess because I was with grandparents and aunts and uncles. It made me think, boy, St. Louis is really an up-and-coming young city.
That's all it
They say he's even popular in Europe.
James, always good to talk it over with you. Thank you so much.
Have a great week.
You too. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Curtin manning the phone lines. You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Martin, why don't you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, it's real simple. If you have a furnace issue, you call Design Air. If your air conditioner doesn't work in the summer, you call Design Air. Even better, you just get online, set up that appointment. If you want to have things tuned up before the season kicks in, like the air conditioner, sign up at designairservice.com. You're going to get The best service in town, and we can say that because they've been around since 1904. That means they've been doing it right for a long time. That's a lot of satisfied customers. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family-owned business. I love these great St. Louis success stories. Locally owned and operated. On top of all of that, when those technicians come out, they're there to service the furnace, the air conditioner, not to make you a sales pitch. Not going to do that at Design Air, also the longest-running TMA sponsor. In spite of that, you should do business with them. DesignAirService.com is the website to find out more about this long-running St. Louis tradition.
Well, unfortunately, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, they are not happy about the topic of conversation, Doug. Master of the Custodial Arts says. You like that?
I don't mind it. Yeah.
When does the tournament start? Let's get it over with the basketball talk. And then Don Pepe says, you want to do more Arenado talk? And then Master of the Custodial Arts says, I'd rather talk about Arenado 5 times over than basketball. Jackson, there it is.
The custodial arts, would that be like plunging toilets and cleaning floors?
I think so.
Yeah, and giving bad takes.
Yeah.
That's what the custodial arts are, is giving bad takes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel.
Don't worry, basketball won't hurt you.
It's a very important industry, though.
Don't get too scared.
Don't worry, basketball won't hurt you.
Oh, that'd be a good bumper sticker, Jackson.
Yeah, it won't hurt you.
A guy named Jose says he'd love to hear more about Arenado.
He's on the team.
He's happy to be here. Unless he's not here, then he'd be happy not to be here.
Yeah.
But as long as I'm here, hey, we're better with him. But we're still hoping to trade him.
The situation is statically fluid.
Statically fluid?
And fluidly static, to be honest with you.
And between Colorado picking up a chunk of his money and what the Cardinals pay him, he's making like $35 million a year. Couldn't you pretty much be happy with anything at that point?
Well, once you have a few $100 million in the bank, you want to win a championship.
Yeah, but you still got to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean,
you'd still have to be a pretty big jerk to be a miserable loser because you're not playing with the exact team you want to be on.
I think there's a happy medium between like being a miserable jerk and like putting in perspective how much money you're making, which is obviously unbelievable, but wanting more when you have the option to, like, there's options he can have out there, you know? Like, it's just because you're making that money doesn't mean like you have to be a passenger in this journey.
Well, but all of us would love to be working with Mitch and the Coonhound somewhere in Seattle.
Mitch and the Coonhound?
Instead of
they gotta
working,
play in Seattle.
But we can be happy here.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Hey, Mitch, your show's going great. Mitch in the mornings, been pretty solid in the ratings, but we think we'll add the Coonhound. Is that a he or a she? Doesn't matter. It's 2025. We're just going to let the audience decide. The Coonhound sits over there, starting Monday.
Imagine being upset about basketball talk in March. That's from Big Al. Is that the Big Al who calls in or a different Big Al?
Could be different, but that's a great take.
Chat.
We haven't heard from him in months.
It's a great take. He called in like, maybe a month or two ago. Maybe around the Yuletide season.
Chief Jay Strongblow wants to talk about John Cena's heel turn, Doug.
I was seeing that on Twitter.
Boy, that is important.
I guess I can pull the audio.
What happened there?
John Cena's a heel for his farewell tour.
Okay.
Does that make The Rock also a heel?
Yes, the final boss is the heel right now.
Who's the final boss?
The Rock.
Nice
The
show
Rock.
prep, ass.
That's it, like, okay. Right.
And for some reason, Travis Scott is also involved in this little storyline. So
yeah, I don't get what's going on.
So for John Cena to do a heel turn, what would he? So he's normally a good guy, and he went bad.
I saw him kick somebody.
Yeah, he's been
nuts.
a good guy for his entire career, and he's on his farewell tour now, and he was able to win the Elimination Chamber match on Saturday night, so he'll be facing Cody Rhodes for the Universal Championship. And he embraced Cody, but then he gave him the low blow and kind of aligned himself with the final boss.
Wow. Sounds like Larry Nichols' job's in jeopardy based on what I just heard.
Yeah, Chairman Kurt knows. But I don't know if Chairman Kurt has the sources Larry has. Larry has some really good sources in the industry.
Yeah, he knows some of the writers.
Couple bad runs at the old box office, and Dwayne The Rock and John Cena are back in the squared circle, putting the jean shorts on again.
Yeah, I'm wondering what this will mean for John Cena's Make-A-Wish situation. He's always been a champion of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I don't know if he's going full heel or... It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Now we're talking about the WWE? WTF? That's from What's Eating Albert Pujols.
I have a feeling that those who would hate basketball would really love the WWE.
Now, what does that mean right there, Doug? There's something going on with that comment. And I want to deep dive.
If I had to guess, if I had to guess. Although I could see basketball in WWE.
So the Venn diagram that you've created mentally is that If you love the WWE, you don't like the basketball talk. And if you love the basketball talk, you don't like the WWE. Is that what you're saying?
More so the
on
former.
the show?
More so the former. I think if you really hate basketball, you're probably pretty into the WWE. But maybe not. Maybe not.
But with Jonte Porter's antics, we know that both sports can be fake.
Sure.
Can be thrown.
Sure. Boy, you love bringing up Jonte.
If you'd only bet on WWE, things would have been fine.
Yeah.
Talk about the UFL quarterback situation. That's from Wright City Hoss.
Right
Doug,
City Hoss.
We're
I like that
wedding
name.
DJs. We're taking requests from the audience for the topics because they don't want to hear Jackson talking about basketball.
I'd like to see Brady Cook have a huge year as quarterback of the St. Louis Battlehawks.
There you go.
And then get a shot in the NFL.
Well, they've already got 3 QBs. Where would we play them?
Well, they can all ride fine pony.
Log jam? A log jam at QB?
What are they talking about in St. Louis in Sports Talk Radio? The log jam at the quarterback position for the Battlehawks.
You got 3 guys for 1 job, Tim. Think about it.
Guys, this audience is loaded with exterior county folk who love a morning Pepsi. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux
Really?
mom. What does that mean? I don't even know what I'm reading.
Pepsi.
Gosh, I used to like a morning Diet Coke.
I'd rather watch Adrian Brody's dumbass acceptance speech last night on repeat for 24 hours than watch a second of the NBA. That's from Mr. Licks. While we were in the restroom, and there was a conclave in the restroom. Mott was in there, Jackson was in there, and I was in there. Doug, you were excluded from the conclave.
Yes, I was.
And I, of course, because I can't piss without watching TikTok, I was going, some rando on TikTok is saying Adrian Brody's acceptance speech was the worst speech of all time. I didn't see it, and I knew that Jackson had, and I said, what was the deal with his acceptance speech?
He tossed his gum to his wife, like he's chewing gum, and
that's Harvey Weinstein's ex-wife?
Is that
I
right?
don't know.
I believe so.
They played the music to get him to shut up, and he
said,
said, no, turn the music off. I've been up here before. I'm going to keep going.
Oh, is that right?
I didn't think that. I think he was kind of like playing into it. I didn't think that he was.
But he did it. They turned the music off, and he kept going.
Because it's the best actor. He should be able to. That's where you give the runway. You give it to best actor and best actress. That's who people want to hear from.
What about Zoe Saldana? And Doug didn't like
her
that.
too. Well, I don't.
Mommy, give me.
She was honoring.
They all have
grandma.
mothers, and they probably all have grandmothers, but they're not up there crying, going, "Mommy, give me a break."
What I would say on Brody, he just tossed his gum to his wife. I don't know if that was a little odd. He could have swallowed it, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe he's worried about his esophagus health.
I think we all are. Once you start choking, once you choke, you immediately worry about that esophagus.
Yeah, so I don't. But that's just as a prisoner of the moment take.
So there was an Adam Sandler bit. He came in wearing baggy shorts and hoodie. What was the bit about?
You want to just hear it?
Oh, my, sure.
Really comb through that fun with audio section and print out that dossier for you.
Wow, did I just get?
You got backhanded for not looking at the dossier.
That was the most,
brought to you by Stiefel that Jackson printed out for you.
The most passive aggressive.
Well, he's in a bad place because Doug's going after Zoe Saldana, and the entire audience is going after the sport of basketball.
I don't really care about the dossier. I didn't even see Emilio.
I don't think
Perez.
I deserved a muttered beatdown.
All right, yeah. How about some Conan and Sandler? Will that get you right?
Here. Conan, what's up, my brother? What's going on, man?
Adam, what are you wearing?
What are you doing right now?
I'm asking you what you're wearing.
Nobody even thought about what I was wearing till you brought it up.
You're dressed like a guy playing video poker at 2 a.m., Adam.
And you know what? I don't care about what I wear or what I don't wear. Did my snazzy gym shorts and fluffy sweatshirt offend you so much that you had to mock me in front of my peers?
Hey, I'm sorry. Adam, I apologize.
I'm going. I'm going to go off. I go. Yeah, I'm leaving. You are all welcome to join me for a game of 5-on-5 basketball at Veteran Park tonight. Midnight tip-off, the guy from Nostarafu. Where is he? He's on my team. One more thing. Shut
There you go. Little Sandman.
Okay.
Sandman.
Well, Sandler at the Oscars.
And that's when Conan should have said, and this is the only time you'll hear Adam Sandler and Oscars in the same sentence. And then you would say, oh, no, remember that dark turn?
Nominated for Uncut Gems.
And then the dark turn he had where he threw something through a plate glass window.
Punch Drunk Love?
Yes, that.
Paul Thomas Anderson vehicle.
What about Happy Gilmore? Nothing for that?
They're making a second one. I think they actually have already done shooting it.
I think you're correct.
He didn't win anything for the first one?
No.
Highway robbery.
Oh, my God. Of course, Jackson defends Adrian Brody. That's from Mr. Licks.
Yeah, I like Adrian Brody a lot.
Hey, Doug, Adrian Brody is hung like a Kentucky thoroughbred. Look it up, ass. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She won the month of January, designer.
You can look that up?
Oh, Doug, here we go. HR
I'm not
line
going
one.
to.
If you thought that bit was funny, you probably tucked T-shirts into jean shorts. That's from Wedding Town. I mean, Jackson, they just don't like anything.
No. I like Adam Sandler. That wasn't his best bit.
No, I prefer more subdued Sandler. Than
What
like
would be a subdued Sandler?
Subdued Sandler, Punch Drunk Love, as Martin just mentioned, is a great example of that. I like more of that stuff than like the Billy Madison stuff, like of the ridiculous voices and like the baby voice. Isn't my favorite Sandler, but I take the go with the bad.
I think Sandler in the crowd at the Oscars, I like the idea. I just didn't like the bit. I think it could have been
him and Conan are like neighbors and like best friends.
I think there's something there because he doesn't really fit typically. You think the Oscar crowd, and that's why he's not dressed up. I think that could have been the bit. Like, what are you doing here? You weren't invited. Like something there. Could have been something. Anyway.
I see what you're saying. It's tough, and also it doesn't. Never like anytime you do something like that, it doesn't play well on radio. Like.
Well, did it play well
on TV? I guess that's my fault.
No, that's not your fault. Did the actual bit? No,
Jackson's in dark place.
It's not your fault.
If Missouri guards the 3, none of this is happening right now.
That's very well could be the case. I was in a sour mood.
Wow.
I was truly in a sour. You got to have that one. You got to be actually a great win. On your resume. Probably be the third best road win.
Tim, you know what I'm doing over here?
What do you got going on?
I looked up famous people from Wichita. I couldn't help it. Doug's grandparents were from Wichita. Or your parents are from Wichita.
Parents there. My dad played for Wichita State basketball.
Shocker. Give us a hint. Mm-hmm.
One of the greatest running backs of all time.
Oh, yeah, Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders from Wichita.
Yeah.
One of the great guitarist rock stars, had success on his own and with a major American band.
Do we have initials on that one, please?
J.W.
Oh, Jimmy Williams?
No.
Jerry Waskuski?
Life's been good to him.
Life's been very...
no, that's
Sammy Sosa.
Jimerson Wyandotte? I don't even know who that is.
Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh. Thank you, Tim.
Oh,
Joe Walsh.
okay.
Life's been good. He's one of those guys who talks like this, but when you hear him sing, he sounds normal. But when they interview him, this. Kirstie Alley is from Wichita.
Really?
From Cheers fame. Okay. And then Jeff Probst, the host of the, what is the race or something?
Okay.
The Great Race? Or
The Amazing Race?
Survivor. Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. They don't have Malcolm Briggs on here.
This is, I was conceived in Wichita, born in Cincinnati, but Paps tapped that ass in Witchy. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
So now we don't just say where we were born. You have to list where you were conceived.
Do your parents release that kind of information generally?
On the birth certificate?
It's a tough conversation.
It is.
You use the term like conceived because it sounds better than, the more casual way of saying it.
Mm-hmm. The Venn diagram of Sandler fans, WWE fans, and people who no longer can see their feet is a perfect circle. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
No, Sandler's a gem. Sandler's a gem.
I like him.
And
he just beat the stuffing out of Bob Barker. Just really took his measure.
Bob Barker got him.
But they got both. Each got some licks in. If you remember the line.
Spoiler alert.
The price is wrong, and it's a word that you'd have to. It's tough, and I don't want to have to explain it to anyone's kids.
Thank you,
the
my
price is
children
wrong,
in particular.
comma. You know the word I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Then Barker gets him right back. Little 1-2 combo, no biscuit.
No. Well, I thought Bob Barker got knocked into the pond or something, didn't he?
Eventually, yes.
Yeah. I have to go to Wichita for work, and I'm still looking for the nice part of that town. That's from Lady Gaga's meat suit.
Oh gosh,
I've never been to Wichita.
Well, the Tigers are going to be there here in a couple weeks.
You might want to put that near the back of your must-do list.
What a surprising spot for an NCAA tournament location. I mean, when you're taking a look at where they go.
Yeah.
I said the Final Four is in Atlanta. It's in San Antonio. Regionals in Atlanta.
Got it. Finals in San Antonio?
Newark, Atlanta, I'm pretty sure.
So you just jinxed them, Tim, that they won't be able to get to the Final Four?
I think that's
It's
on
definitely
me.
San Antonio.
I really am betting Missouri to go to the Final Four and win the national championship.
I'm just too emotionally leveraged. That's why I won't do it. There's no amount of money.
2019 Blues.
There's no amount of money that would make it better or worse. It's just all. If they go, that's all that I need. Emotional currency. Human capital. What's that?
Is that a Moism?
Whatever Mo says.
Yeah. Tee up Oklahoma this week. Beat Kentucky at home. It'd be a nice way to close it out.
Yeah, it's the way you have to close it out. You got to win the next two. Go high, get high. You
finish 12-6 in the SEC. That'd be great.
Yeah, and you don't want a losing record in March. That's what you just don't want.
Doug, no losing record in March. Dr. Brandon Pryor doesn't have a losing record in any month. He's at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com. And if you are interested, no phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online and availability and book right then and there. It's a very procedure-specific approach to dentistry. No insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the costs of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. 100westdental.com. $1,000 off Invisalign by mentioning my name at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. 9:33 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. This is TMA.
Hey, there's still time for you to sign up at Together Credit Union. A chance in 2025 to be part of something they launched, a brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking. And with Empower Checking, you can earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in that day-to-day checking account. Interest paid to you each month. That checking account rewards you for balances, not activity. Know about Together Credit Union. When you're a member of this locally owned operation, you're an owner. It's not like a bank where there's stockholders. You, in fact, are an owner when you sign up to join and be a member at Together Credit Union. To apply for the Empower Checking, just go to togethercu.org or stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. Get signed up in person or online. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. What a great idea. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility is required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Doug, this song would be played in 24% of 1980s films when the lead character would experience a little momentum before the resolution of the plot. And it's Katrina and the Waves. Am I right? Is it Katrina and the Waves? Walking on Sunshine?
I think so.
I don't think 88. So I'm going to go 86 to get myself 85 and 87. That's
I'll say 86 and a half.
I got 83 right here.
Oh.
That's wrong.
Oh.
That is absolutely wrong.
I got 83.
No, 86-ish.
Thank you, Martin.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now hold on.
What?
Now I'm saying 1985.
So I win.
Yeah, that's a W. April 15th, 1985. April 15th, of course, the day Lincoln died. Shot on the 14th, died on the 15th.
And that's why that song was written.
Probably. Would have been, I'll do some math in my head, 120 years later. April 15th, 1985.
Okay. Tax day. I guess they didn't have taxes in Lincoln's time. Federal income tax, probably not.
Let me find out.
I don't think they did. That was a
Major League Baseball Commissioner.
Okay. You miss out on the resolution here.
Rob Manfred is considering a petition filed by the family of Pete Rose to have him posthumously reinstated from the league's ineligible list. A league source confirmed to The Athletic. Manfred's decision to consider the petition was first reported by ESPN. Pete Rose's attorney, who represented Rose until his death on September 30th last year, met with Manfred and MLB spokesman Pat Courtney, along with Rose's daughter, Vaughn Rose, on December 17th, according to a league source. Rose's family filed the petition for reinstatement on January 8th. And then the attorney told ESPN that the aim of the petition was to seek induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame, which had long been his desire and is now being sought posthumously by his family. This has been what I thought was going to happen ever since watching that, was it a four-part story, a four-part series on ESPN? I think it was last year, might have been on HBO. And I thought, I can already see what's going to play out here. They're not, it's almost going to be like the ultimate torture for him. He's not going to go in while he's alive, and within a year of his passing, they will have the momentum to get him in. I believe the earliest he'd be able to get in would be 2028. But that is what is transpiring per The Athletic and ESPN.
And Trump has said he's going to pardon Pete Rose for gambling. I don't know if that'll play into this at all, but it might. I hope he gets in. I do.
What do you think about the fact that the timing of everything?
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him.
But, I mean, in other words, if he were still alive, I don't think there'd be any of this going on. They waited when they said for life. That meant for life. But that didn't mean for eternity.
It is kind of sad if some old guy that's all he wants, he dies. Oh, then you get in. I do hate when that happens. And
Buck O'Neil.
I was just going to say, Buck O'Neil
is the one that stands out to me the most.
And everybody loved Buck O'Neil. Everybody says, great
what was
guy.
It, the year after he passed, he was in?
And he lived forever. And then there was plenty of time to get him in there. And then right after he died, that's exactly who I was thinking of. Now, Rose is not as nearly as likable a candidate, of course, as a Buck O'Neil.
But people liked him. I think he was largely a popular guy as a player and a manager.
Right. I'm just saying, like, Buck O'Neil had no detractors, whereas Pete has some.
Yeah.
And Buck lived to be 94. If they just had a little more time with him on this planet, they would have got it done in time. But I think Rose, at some point, you can have, and this is what's been said even about some of the steroid that who were alleged and didn't admit it, were never caught, alleged, you could have them in the Baseball Hall of Fame, and you could have some caveat or asterisk. I mean, I think you could just tell their story. Pete Rose, who is the greatest batsman, whatever, all these things, and say who also was caught gambling at a time when...
Don't say batsman, though.
One of the greatest hitters of all time.
I prefer batsman.
I kind of channeled my inner Jackson there with just an odd word choice.
The greatest home run hitter and possibly the greatest pitcher, Roger Clemens, neither one are in.
Throwsman?
He's a pitchman.
I think you could get him in and just say, here's part of their story, which with Rose, that certainly is I mean, you wouldn't ignore it if you put Pete Rose in. Nothing to see here. He was a great batsman.
Stop saying batsman.
Next topic. It is kind of sad. When his son made it to the big leagues for a minute.
Yeah.
White Sox
Jr. was in there.
Rose was a fun guy to watch play, that's for sure.
He took that All-Star game seriously.
No, he didn't. He took everything seriously. He was kind of a power Hoosier. You know, he was rough around the edges.
The white flat bill.
Yeah.
The eternal white flat bill.
I mean, when Ty Cobb had his final base hit, I'm sure he visualized decades later a gentleman with a rat tail breaking his record.
Power Hoosier.
Yeah, he was. He was rough around the edges. Didn't always say the right thing, but would do anything to win a baseball game. Would run through a brick wall to win a baseball game.
What's the most famous rat tail in history? That's a great
question.
Gosh.
I
mean, Pete Rose is certainly
crowdsourcing for rat tails.
most famous person with a rat
Maybe
tail.
one of those guys in the Revolutionary period where they wore those wigs that seemed to have a rat tail on the back of them.
I'm going to find out.
Jim Gray, who kind of pushed Rose on the topic. Then I think it was a week later, during the playoffs, I believe, and it was Chad Curtis of the Yankees, and it was live on TV. Remember that? And he said, I'm not talking to you after the way you treated. We made a decision not to talk to you, and dusted Jim Gray on live television.
Right.
Because he didn't.
Because Gray got Pete at like an all-star game.
Yeah,
right?
that was at the World Series, and they were having a celebration of the best players of the 20th century. I think it was the 99 World Series.
And it's you could argue maybe not the best time for it to push him on the topic, but you could also argue when else are you going to get that access, or when are you going to let him clear the air once and for all? But it did not sit well with the current players.
Pete talked to everybody. I'm not sure he turned down very many interview requests.
I interviewed him at Joe Buck's golf tournament. What I remember is he had these glasses on, and they had little alligators encrusted on the corner.
Power
kind of to Doug's point. And I just, we talked about the golf tournament and being back. He loved Whitey Herzog. He loved the Cardinals. He loved talking about baseball. And I did say, well, where would I get a pair of those glasses if I was looking for a pair? He said, well, it's hard to find glasses that have little alligators encrusted in the corner. I said, I bet it is. And he never really did give me a tell on where he found them. And then when we put him on TV that night, Doug, we put Pete Rose, great batsman, and then we added Power Hoosier underneath.
You should have.
Yeah.
He was playing second base when Stan Musial finished his career, hit a ground ball single to right. Pete Rose was rookie second baseman for the Reds that day.
How about the generations being tied together? And what was the last year Pete Rose played Major League Baseball? He was player manager.
84-5-ish?
I'm going to go later than that. I'm going to go later than that. If the over-under is 85, I feel real good about the over because he broke the record. Eric Shaw, Ken Wilson on the call. Oh, baby. With the base hit. Was that September of 1985?
I don't know the date.
And the Heat was on?
So it says as a manager, he started with the Reds in the 1984 season. But he also was a player at the same time.
The rare player manager.
Yeah.
August of 86 was the end of his career. Last MLB appearance.
He continued to manage the Reds until 89, is what it looks like here.
So that means he faced Dwight Gooden, and Pete Rose played in the same game as Stan Musial. Dwight Gooden played all the way into the 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. And probably cross paths with somebody who's still playing right now. Probably, did Dwight Gooden ever face Albert Pujols? My point being, you can go all the way back to Stan Musial, who played with whoever you'd want to name, and that's baseball is separated by a mere 4 players to cover damn near a century. Fascinating little time exercise.
That was Mike Shannon's great line. He said, I was high school teammates with Stan Musial's son, and then big league teammates with Stan Musial.
Guys, I was born September 11th, 1985, the day he broke the record. How about that? That's from Bom Skan Scoobian.
Oh, what kind of a name is that?
New Kids on the Block performer Jordan Knight had a long braided rat tail. That's what it says here.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was braided.
I forgot where we were going here.
Yeah. Well, some people do the rare move of totally shaved head except for the rat tail.
Yeah, that's usually like St. Louis Country Club.
Sharp look.
Yeah, so the one piece of hair they have is right at the base of their neck and runs down their back.
We don't usually have to worry about male pattern baldness there right at the back of the head.
What about on TV, Doug? Anybody locally have? I feel like that Jody Davis at Channel 5 kind of.
Herb Hall,
No, Herb would not have been who would have been a good local candidate.
Guys, there's an argument going on in the YouTube chat between Iggy and other listeners. What's going on? That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Chairman is just abstaining.
Chairman just waved me off like Oz Hakeem with a fair catch. All right, I guess I'll have to go to the YouTube chat. You know, it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I'll get in there.
Don Peepee says, "Come on, fellas, I'm gone for 10 minutes, and you're acting a fool. I'm going to be gone a month. We've got a sponsor now. Behave yourself." So Don Peepee is trying to restore order.
What's he think? He's going to get PTO for not being in the YouTube chat?
He's trying to restore order. That's all. In the world,
guys. Pete Rose was a Strodian level Hoosier. We can't shake it. He's in the YouTube chat, and then Tervis Parrish is saying that Pete Rose is a Strodian level.
Iggy had a Vera Wang comforter, so that meant he wasn't a Hoosier.
All I'm seeing is Iggy saying Randy Johnson.
Oh, for the rat tail?
And then he said batsman is cricket, and then Randy Johnson.
Keep going.
I don't see. I'm missing something.
I don't know. The most famous person with a rat tail is Sigma Chi alumni from the University of Missouri, Brad Pitt. He had one while in college. That's from the 314.
Really?
Brad Pitt had a rat tail. What was it, the mid-'80s?
Yeah. Someone said Benedict Arnold had a rat tail and a huge hog.
Oh.
I'm just reading.
Benedict Arnold.
Benedict Arnold's in there. Email in your thoughts on Benedict Arnold. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in about an hour. And then you got BK and Ferrario coming your way at 11 o'clock.
Tim, you started this whole thing by bringing up Pete Rose. It's your fault.
Yeah.
We're now talking rat tails, Iggy's YouTube war.
Yep.
Power Hoosiers.
Power Hoosiers.
Guys, Rose playing for the Expos is one of the most random things ever. That's from the 314. He had a brief stint with Montreal, right?
Phillies, long time with the Phillies.
1984 with the Expos, before he went back to the Reds.
And I think he made the All-Star team, started at like 4 different positions, which might be a record.
He was a 17-time All-Star.
Yeah.
But we agree he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. We're in agreement.
I think now it'll happen.
As a unanimous.
I hope so, yeah.
And
I think a lot of the, and certainly he deserved critique, but I think a lot of the people who just despise the idea of him being in the Hall of Fame, whether they're writers or maybe even other members, can live with it now because they never want to probably face him and have him say, I told you. They just don't think they wanted to deal with him. And now that's off the table.
Yeah. Well, it's not like gambling is completely out of baseball now. I mean, they're showing odds of things happening
during
sometimes
the game
on the screen. You know, it's not the stigma that it once was, and there's no evidence that he bet that his team would ever lose. He bet for his team to win.
Maybe his excuse should have been, I'm a Power Hoosier.
Yeah.
I should have come out and said it.
Get involved in the program, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. You're welcome to call in as well, 314-974-0101. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, how do you like this one?
This one's pretty good.
Wonderful. Wonderful tune. Gosh.
Is this AI?
No, this is American ingenuity right here, baby.
Is it new or has this been around a while?
This is an older one.
Is it?
Yeah, I went deep into the archives for this one.
It's the morning after 9 o'clock hours, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. Martin has to leave at 10 o'clock, and that's a hard out. Weather and traffic on the
we got a little wiggle room today.
Oh, wow.
Things are sliding. Yeah, I mean, 10:08, 10:09.
Nice.
Yeah, let's not get crazy.
Let's not get crazy because I don't want to offend corporate.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Hey, guys, there's a mutiny in the YouTube chat.
Is it really?
Oh, no.
I didn't even bother to go in there during the commercial break.
I've left the YouTube. I didn't know a mutiny had break. I like
262 people are in there and they're arguing? I don't know. I see somebody's talking about Bryn Smith. That doesn't seem like a topic that would usually upset people.
Right-handed pitcher with a big beard.
That's right. And he was with the Cardinals. Was that 92?
I just don't know the years.
Had a perfect game, but it rained out, so it didn't count. Maybe a 5-inning, something like that.
He was a good pitcher there for a while.
John Denton has this column on the Cardinals conundrum. Do you like that?
I'll let it go.
In a perfect world, defensive ace Michael Ciani and or speedster Victor Scott would handle the center field duties for the Cardinals in the season ahead, but instead the club is considering working corner outfielder Lars Nootbaar into the mix. In a perfect world, Cardinals 2023 Minor League Player of the Year Ivan Herrera would show dramatic defensive improvement as a catcher, fulfill his enormous potential as a hitter, and grab control of the starting job instead of battling Pedro Paz for reps behind the plate. In a perfect world, Matthew Liberatore would be in the bullpen instead of being stretched out as a starter. Rookie Michael McGreevy would already have a spot locked down in the rotation, and 24 standout Andrew Kittredge would still be setting up games for Ryan Helsley instead of pitching for the Orioles. However, as the Cardinals are quickly learning this spring, roster composition rarely operates in a perfect world. Those issues are some of the ones that St. Louis is already grappling with as it tries to project a potential opening day lineup. Part of the club's dilemma is the fence-straddling position it finds itself in following a frustratingly unproductive off-season. And that is where the Cardinals sit on their first team-wide off day since camp started up when we were down there 3 weeks ago. Hello again, everybody, and we're talking Cardinals spring training baseball here on 101 ESPN.
Good morning.
Hello.
Fence straddling, is that what he said?
Yep, and that's one of my issues with what the organization's been doing for the last decade, which I think has brought them to this point. Doug, pick a lane, stay in the lane.
Okay.
Season 2024, sitting this one out.
Oh, I don't like that.
What happened to could be worse? Could be worse.
Well, Victor Scott has hit pretty well this spring, so there's some hope there.
That would enthuse the hell out of me as a child of the 80s to see him at the top of the order and stealing bases. Mason Wynn's on a mission to steal 30 himself. Running Redbirds. The heat is on 40 years later.
All right. There's not a whole lot of teams doing that these days. Most teams slug their way to wins and championships. I don't think the Cardinals are going to out home run anybody.
Baker is leading the club with 2 home runs. And Nolan Gorman has 1 hit. Maybe they're going to
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, stop it, ball game.
They're just working on things, Tim. When you don't hit in Florida, you say you're working on
Looking at pitches.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, that's what they do. Well, Nootbaar is one of those guys that they really need to step up and advance to the next level because they look at him. He's got all the physical tools you could possibly want. Everybody seems to love the guy. He just has to be more consistent with the bat.
I feel like they tried this with O'Neill, like just decide, okay, he's a center fielder now, and just everybody get out of the way. And you're forcing Newt into center when you do have some pretty good defensive options, at least.
That's the domino effect of not having guys move on or not being able to move guys who wanted to move on. Alas, here they are. Are the Cardinals in win now mode? Or are they building for the future? Are they resetting around their young core or locked into playing vets still in the mix? Are the baby birds, Youngry Birds, plucky enough to surprise everyone and get to the playoffs, or are they destined to finish just short of the postseason like they did in 24 when they went 83-79? That is what John Denton writes in his piece on MLB.com this morning. The thing about it is they're in a division, perhaps the most winnable division in baseball, and nobody's really taking it and running with it. And that's where the opportunity would come in, which I think makes the situation even more frustrating. Because when you look around the division, you go, well, I guess it's not bad that Contreras and Gray decided not to request a trade. And maybe it's not a bad thing that Arenado wasn't able to be moved, because maybe they'll be able to stick around the division and all of a sudden the Cardinals find themselves in a pennant race.
And what if you trade Arenado during camp? How do you tell people that that's a good thing? Because you've said we're better with him here. They've said multiple times.
They have backed themselves in the corner with their public language multiple times going back to December.
And when they keep saying, "Wait, we're better when he's here. We're a better team when he's here." Okay, we've traded Arenado. So now you've just told me you're not as good as you were the day before. So what's the plan?
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way.
Jordan Walden, don't blame him.
Why does he get taken down in the shrapnel? Jordan Walden. Now I got to look him a picture of.
Michael, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
This story from the Sporting News just posted 30 minutes ago. The Cardinals tried all offseason long to trade Nolan Arenado, but their chances took a major hit when Alex Bregman signed a 3-year deal with the Red Sox. Arenado's trade list was quite limited, as it only featured 4 other teams in addition to Boston. The Yankees were one of them. For much of the offseason, there have been links between Arenado and the Yankees, but the Yankees themselves have been hesitant to trade for him because of his contract. Despite this, Bleacher Report's Zachary Reimer believes that Arenado joining the Cardinals for their trip to Tampa to play the Yankees was him trying to showcase himself, and that a trade could still happen. And that could potentially get desperate for the Yankees, considering DJ LeMahieu injured his calf this past Saturday, and Giancarlo Stanton is also out for the Yankees. That, if it's going to happen, I don't know what other team would be most likely other than the Yankees in the month of March. My only chance to win my bet is the New York Yankees.
Although they've said they're out of money. So
they're out of money.
They back themselves into that corner.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to alter that. Although then they could appear to be champions to their fans. Well, we decided just for you guys, we're going to
because you deserve.
I mean, it's quite obvious at this point. Someone is being lied to.
Well, maybe. I don't know. It's just not a very good vibe around the team right now to be going into a season, is it?
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Well, there's not a lot of people excited about much of anything.
What about the Twins series on March 27th?
They get it rolling.
It's going to be 75 degrees and sunny and sundresses galore. Hello again, everybody.
Oh, look at that! Look at this, look at that!
Well, if we can just get hot at the start of the year.
You'll have Missouri with a Sweet 16 game that night, and then you'll have the Cardinals during the day taking on the Twins.
Okay.
Think about that, Doug.
I'm thinking
Missouri
about it right now.
and Illinois in a Sweet 16 game that Thursday night.
That would be awesome. A little rematch action. Where would that game be played, Tim?
That game is going to be in
Newark. We have no idea where it would be.
Because Illinois is an 8 seed and they beat Duke.
Yeah. So they play where the Devils play? Right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Not what
Let's wait till the season plays out.
Yeah, I think wherever the Devils play.
When's the next Lenardi going to drop?
Tomorrow.
Okay, so Doug will have all the answers tomorrow.
No, we won't have any of the answers.
bracketology comes out tomorrow.
Just as we didn't have the answers when he released it last week, because everything's different now.
Makes you say that.
Well, they will be, because some teams lost, some teams didn't lose. Ah, yes, lose.
Arnold Palmer Invitations this weekend. Lock in Minwoo Lee at plus 8,000 to win, Doug.
Oh,
it's from Boozy. Are you going to go lock in Minwoo Lee?
I'm not going to lock in anything.
I like Minwoo Lee, though.
Do you?
He's got a nice mustache.
I woke up yesterday morning. This is, I don't know why it wouldn't be a true story, but for whatever reason, I feel obligated to say this is a true story. And I'm like, Jake Knapp is going to fold up like a cheap 10 on Sunday. That's all I know. He was leading the tournament yesterday, and there were so many players within 4 shots, and I bet on everybody who wasn't within 2 shots all the way back to those who were 5 shots and back. And fortunately, it paid off handsomely with some guy named Joey Highsmith, who I bet on winning. And it was a lovely little treat, Jackson.
Yeah. He folded up big time. I can't really speak after my hybrid situation.
No, that video is out there.
Yeah.
Pressure does get to some of you, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is
But
there.
Knapp shot a 59 in round one and still couldn't close it out.
Yeah, I'll talk with him. I'll pull him aside.
Yeah.
And we
Show him your video and say, hey, it happens to the best of us.
commiserate, you know. Misery loves company.
Time to break out the Cardinals rancher hat, red jeans, and my custom-made Cards Sherpa jacket and Golden Goose sneaks for opening day just to get a mean side-eye from a Fenton who's witnessing wealth for the first time. Go put on your swimming shirt and Crocs and get back to Six Flags.
Hey.
That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Gosh, don't make fun of a Fenton.
It's a BFib check-in.
There's some nice neighborhoods in Fenton.
What do you think of a swim shirt? Like past the age of 7.
What is a swim shirt? What is a swim
it's like
shirt?
like one of those stretchy shirts. You usually put them on children with the little short sleeves or skin tight so that they don't get sunburnt.
So why is somebody in Fenton wearing a swim shirt?
Well, some of the
chubby.
I'll call them some of our larger Americans, red-blooded nonetheless, might want to cover up some hangage. Possible overflow.
Hangage.
And to do so, maybe a swim shirt.
these
can
medical
help them.
terms?
Well, it's better than wearing like the Hanes T-shirt that gets see-through when you're at Hurricane Harbor or elsewhere. That's
I didn't
better.
know about any of this.
But a swim
I
shirt.
feel like I'm learning something here. It's 10:08.
Swim shirt past the age of about 7. It's a choice.
Yeah.
It's a choice I wouldn't make.
Well, where would one acquire one?
Like what are those Ron John surf shop, any of those surf shops that sell you an overpriced hermit crab down by a beach and a boogie board for $44.99.
Do we have any of those around here?
Probably not.
What about on the shores of the River de Pere?
We're about as landlocked as a place can be. But you know, like those surf
Two
shops.
monster rivers flowing through our town.
I don't know if that's accurate.
And the River de Pere.
Well, okay, like Alpine shop. I don't know.
Why do you
Well,
eat
no,
the
you
Merrimack?
said we were landlocked, and
We
do
are
have-
absolutely. What do you mean?
We got a giant river going through downtown.
Mississippi, yeah, but
What?
I'm talking about.
And
I'm
there's
talking
a
about
Missouri?
oceans.
Okay,
you know,
but we're
something
not
that causes waves.
landlocked. We've got water, pal.
But people aren't surfing or boogie boarding on the Mississippi River.
You don't like the old man.
The Ole Miss Deep River.
I have no problem with the
My
Mississippi.
home is over Jordan. Festus has the highest number of swim shirts per capita in the country, and then they all migrate to Destin in mid-March. That's from Mr. Licks. Are these data points accurate, or are these people just texting
Maybe
things in?
the person has some sort of skin condition where a lot of sunlight can be detrimental. So I don't want to judge those in the swim shirt. I'm just saying that is a choice. You know, like no one cares if you got a big old gut. You know, let it fly, man.
Let it fly.
It's America.
But does the diaper clash with the swim shirt?
I think it would all fit.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of wish I was wearing a swim shirt in that picture. I was a little heftier at that point.
Just how morbidly obese were you?
I was 25 pounds heavier than I am now.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Look at me now.
What's the secret, pal?
Yeah, I went on the fan page actually for the first time in a while. Like I go in there to look at member requests, but I seldom go in there just to look at what people are talking about because it's not great for me. And when it was announced that Dennis Gates was going to be coming on the show, Tim posted a picture of me holding a boat drink in Jamaica, and again, 25 pounds heavier. And somebody in comments, why are all the TMA producers in such bad shape? I was like, gosh. It's like, you know what? I was like, I'm going to give the fan page another try. Nope. That was
it.
Abe Simpson meme, taking hat on and off. I was like, all right, I'm out. No, thank you.
I just saw on the YouTube chat, it said Judge Jackson is in session today.
I'm not trying to judge people. I'm really not. You know, like I said, I'm giving you an out for the swim shirt. However, just know, people notice.
And if you're wearing a swim shirt?
Yeah, like no one would care. Like there are plenty of fat guys on the beach, you know. But the swim shirt stands out. Just let it rip, you know. Unless you're like unkempt.
Oh, unkempt.
Yeah, like a lot of body hair, like a bear.
Easy, bro.
You got a lot of body hair, dude?
Cut that off.
Oh, Lord.
Let's talk about it.
Oh, he's showing us his chest.
Richard Dreyfuss.
Oh. You know, hair there.
Richard Dreyfuss. That's your blink.
Like in Jaws, when he pulls his shirt up and he's got all that chest hair.
When they're showing off their scars.
Yeah.
Great Robert Shaw.
Yeah, boy, he liked to drink.
Kind of serves as like a little built-in swim shirt for me, though.
Oh, does it?
Hey, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, quit shaving those of us who wear swim shirts. Some of us have a lot of body hair, and we're pushing 50, and our hair is graying. That's from the 314, and he's not happy with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue
Doesn't
mom.
sound like it, no.
Shave your chest, man. Shave it, you know? No one's going to judge you.
Martin, you said 10:08, it's 10:11. You've given us more, but I feel like we've given you something by getting to experience the first 11 minutes of the 10 o'clock hour for the first time and enjoying the swim shirt discussion.
Yeah, I feel like it's really altered my whole day. Just this final segment.
You don't go swim shirt.
I don't have a swim
pop
shirt.
the tarp off.
To people that surf wear them, but they have reason
but
to.
that's like a bodysuit. That's like a
Okay.
that's like
Well,
a
I'm
full
not into bodysuit, but yeah, I can see.
they would wear a bodysuit
Because it's cold. Pacific Ocean is cold.
Perfect time. That's kind of a flattering look. The bodysuit. You know, I can trap in. Wear that instead of a swim shirt. Just go full bodysuit.
Martin, good news. You're going to get paid off for sticking around because Big Al is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Big Al, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Hey, Vaughn, what's happening?
Hello, Big Al. It's good to hear your voice again.
How are you guys? Marty, what are you doing? You're late.
I know, buddy. I'm late. Haim just texted and said, "What's the deal here?"
Yeah, you're on. I'm running late for a blood draw now because you're usually out of there by 10. Now you got me running late. Speaking of hangage, that's why I called, and I'm 180 pounds, so you figure it out. But I tell you what, you go to Hurricane Harbor, it looks like dropping Alka-Seltzers in there when those fats get in there. And then the Baby Ruth factory kicks in, and you got to go. So how you doing, Tim?
So the first part was meant for me and Doug. Now, Tim, you are being addressed.
I'm addressed. Well, it's an honor to talk it over with the Big Al.
I tell you what, boys, you know my story, and I'm just glad to be alive, and I'm running around with a smile on my face for every reason in the world. So I'm on YouTube now, Timmy. I'm stepped up to the big show, and Williams Cancer Center Stage 4.
That is you on the. We didn't know that was you in the YouTube chat, the Michelob Ultra.
Yeah, it looked like I lost a fight with George Foreman, and that was my first injection, and that's when the cancer got mad, and then it's quickly left my body out of my face, and now I'm cancer free. Thank you, God, and thank you, TMA people.
Wonderful news.
All my buddy TMAs are back, and you know they all come up to me. And I was at Millwoods off of Dorset the other day, and a big old table of guys. And they're like, "Are you Big Al?" I'm like, "Yeah," and they were saying, you know, congratulations, and then they ordered me bleach shots, so I'm back, boys.
Oh, now you know you're back. Hey, Big Al, when you get that cancer news, do you ring the bell? Because Chaser said he was superstitious, didn't want to do it, didn't want to tempt fate, but also he said he didn't do it because he was thinking of all the kids in the hospital that weren't going to get good news.
Right.
How did you...
I didn't do it in St. Louis, Martin. I had to go to Cabo because, unfortunately, there's no money in the cure. Chaser, I'm in your corner praying for you. But they didn't want to fix me up here, so I had to go to Cabo. So what I did was, when I went down there for my last treatment, and then after that, my doctor said you don't have any, but I'm giving you a just in case shot. And I got drunk on margaritas and got thrown out of Cabo Wabo's cantina down there at Sammy's place.
Yeah,
I got a little Wabo.
Red Rocker, Doug.
Oh, yeah, I got Wabo's bad. And then my girlfriend was in this shot. We come off this little deal where she went to a timeshare and told him no. And I said, you got the perfect person for you. And saying no, you say no more than anybody. So she got us free tickets to go on this all-inclusive boat ride and everything. We come off, there's a shop right there with diamond necklace, everything. She's in there looking around. I'm sitting out there. There's a federale across the way there with his little outfit on, his little machine gun, and she comes walking out. She goes, "Okay, let's go." And the guy comes running out of the owner's store. Hey, and I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "You got my necklace on." She tried to walk out with a $40,000 necklace with a federale looking at her, and I just looked over at him and I go, "Go ahead and shoot her. She's a thief. What the heck? You'll get away with it." So that's about it. I'm going to get my blood drawn for another situation. Not a bad one. I just got to keep my A1C down. So don't get excited, fan pinners. You ain't getting rid of me that easy. So.
It's kind of sad that it's going to be said that one.
Jackson, you've come a long way, buddy. I'll tell you what. You used to sit over there like a frozen a frozen turd and not do much. But I'll tell you what, now you're really jumping in there. And Kurt, thanks for answering the phone. All you do is don't even say hi, because I guess my name's up there. You just go up there and just click. I don't even get to say good morning to you. So good morning to you. So you guys have a good day. Love all you guys and fan binners. I'm back.
All right, Big Al is back. How about that? There was like a lot of love, and then at the end he just started like taking people out one at a time.
Nice little shoplifting story.
Martin's going to go head on for the onboarding. We will have the 10 o'clock hour coming up. Yeah, I mean, what a reward. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:50, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Sources are saying that Florida State and Clemson expected to reach a settlement with the ACC in their revenue distribution strategy that would solidify the conference's membership for the near future. Sources are telling ESPN today. Those are their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex, sitting at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Leona Lewis, Bleeding Love, 2008?
I don't know.
I got 07 here, but pretty much nailed it.
It was 07?
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't really do much else after this and was thought to be a rising star.
Was she?
I was thinking about this song in the bathroom recently, like when I just went to the bathroom.
Clip it off.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I went to the bathroom and I thought of Bleeding Love for whatever reason. I was like, I'm going to play that.
You weren't bleeding yourself, were you?
Yeah,
No.
it sounds like you were trying to tell us something without saying it.
No.
And Doug caught on.
Seldom bleed, but when I do, I make a big scene about it.
Do you? Whine quite a bit?
Kind of like Zoe Saldana's acceptance.
Right. Mommy! Mommy! Oh, Lord.
Jackson,
gosh.
Just because I enjoy movies doesn't mean I am the representative of all the stars.
You have questions here for the 10 o'clock hour, a tribute to Balloon Party, and then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's your Stiefel dossier on 101 ESPN's Morning After. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome to the program Zoe Saldana's representation, Jackson Burkett.
No, I don't represent her. I have no problem with what she does, but I didn't represent her.
Okay.
Rick Pitino is on a comeback tour of all comeback tours.
You see him wearing the white suit like the Godfather?
It was a little ridiculous.
I didn't see that.
What a message sent to Seton Hall.
Yeah. If you're Seton Hall and you see the opposing coach coming in a white suit, you know it's going to be a long day on the hardwood. Have you seen something like this, like a Rick Pitino coaching comeback in the past? And who do you think is another coach who can be on track for a similar comeback tour in the not too distant future?
Dick Vermeil, though, completed it with a Super Bowl championship.
Right.
Rick Pitino's got the conference championship. Still got to get through Missouri, though, in order to win the national championship. Who else would be in the comeback? Calvin Sampson?
A coach who sat out for a while and then came back and did well?
Like Pitino
left also in some form of, because Vermeil didn't leave in disgrace, but he was burnt out, and it was getting to him as a young man.
Yeah, I don't think Tony La Russa is not he obviously took a break, but I'm talking about leaving in some sort of controversy or because you just were no good anymore, and then coming back. Tony left on top.
Did Bruce Pearl leave in controversial circumstances?
In Tennessee?
He kind of got thrown out, didn't he?
Yeah, kind of. That would be a pretty good comp, I would say. But Rick Pitino was coaching in Greece for a while there.
Yeah.
He was way out of it. Now all the way back.
Then Iona.
I took Iona to the tournament once or twice. Now has St. John's looking like one of the best teams in the country, and people just I don't even know why Rick Pitino got in trouble in the first place.
Yeah, people have forgotten about that.
Yeah, so that's why I think of who would be a coach that could have some semblance of that in the near future. I don't think
we have to predict someone going bad and then sitting out a while and
you
coming
don't
back.
have to do anything. You could sit there in silence until 11. I don't care.
Oh,
how about this guy? Zoe Saldana thing finally got him.
You don't have to do anything if you'd like to participate. I was thinking maybe theorize a coach.
What about John Gruden?
John Gruden is a great call. John Gruden is a great call. If he does end up coming back to coach, I don't know if he will. I think he will. But I wouldn't consider John Gruden. Yes, I would consider in the Rick Pitino comeback tour category. I would not consider Pete Carroll in the comeback tour kind of.
Mike Leach, I feel like at the end of his life he was beloved. But do you recall the situation he had at Texas Tech?
He put a player in a shed,
locked somebody up.
Craig James, the broadcaster and former SMU player, his son,
locked him up.
Yeah,
in a shed.
Yeah.
For how long?
So guys like your age wouldn't know about this Mike Leach stuff. But anytime I see Mike Leach, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows what's true? But I think Craig James's dad was suing him, or Craig James himself was suing Mike Leach over the treatment of his son when he was the head coach at Texas Tech.
Yeah, Adam
put him
James.
put him in the hole?
He had a concussion situation. I think he put him in a dark shed.
Oh, what? That's really weird.
Well, yeah, it was right next to the practice field, apparently.
It's probably really hot in there.
Oh, it could have been, yeah.
That's not good. All right, Mike Leach is a great call then.
Okay.
Thank you.
But now
What
we have
about
to,
Urban Meyer?
Yeah, if he does make a comeback and is great again, then yes, I would say that would be a perfect example of exactly that.
Saban made a pretty good comeback from a miserable couple years in the NFL.
Yeah, that's like just from a performance standpoint. I don't even know of Nick Saban in the NFL. Like
Most people don't.
Yeah.
It was a very brief stay.
Yeah, like at all, I don't remember Nick Saban in the NFL. Yeah, these are good calls. I don't remember Pitino in the NBA.
Chris Beard, Jackson, that's from the Life Coach.
Yeah, he's bounced around to like a couple of teams since everything has kind of happened.
Is that right?
He was at Tech, had success. Then went to Texas.
But I thought everything happened at Texas.
And then went to Ole Miss. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting my timelines mixed up. But anyway,
you want to apologize to the Life Coach?
No.
How about Joel Quenneville?
Do I apologize to him, or is he in the category?
No,
if he were to come back, yes.
I think he's in the category.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
I thought there was a chance you thought I was talking about somebody that didn't, coach in hockey.
No, I know Joel Quenneville.
Nice. Look at that.
He used to coach for the Note.
How about that?
He used to. He's their all-time winningest coach.
Yeah, so he used to coach for them.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah. And I don't know if he's going to make a comeback. But if he does, yeah, that would Urban Meyer and Joel Quenneville are like the perfect examples. So good on the folks and or you guys.
If you'd like to see your kitchen make a big comeback, you'd call the folks at Collier and Thompson.
Yeah, the phone line sponsor.
Now you're locked in.
They'll get you spruced up and make you feel better about your home. It is so important to hire the right contractor. And this day and age, you never really know sometimes who you're hiring to do the work. You try to save a buck or something, hire somebody who doesn't have a big track record. You can forget about all those words at Collier and Thompson. These are people you can trust. They've been in business since the 1950s now. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience. The owners, Bob Stride and Carolyn Beard, have both been there more than 20 years now, and they want you to know that Collier and Thompson is the place you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than a job. They take great pride in the work that they've done over the years. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing for the customers. May cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. All of their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. I bought a microwave oven there just last week from Stacy, the appliance manager. It's just fantastic. He'll show you all around. They've got really high-end appliances, and they've got some that'll be friendly on your budget. You don't have to redo the entire kitchen to consider Collier and Thompson. You can just buy an appliance if you want. They work with you great. They're just absolutely fantastic people. Anytime you need any part of your home redone, Collier and Thompson should be the people that you think about. You say, where is it? Well, it's Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is, our phone line sponsor here in the morning after. 314-974-0101 is how you can call into the show, and you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in about 20 minutes. You might sit there and go, I want to win the email of the month. Well, sure. That's fine. Well, guess what? It's the first business day of the month of March. You are starting off at zero, just like Buck Swope is, just like JV golf coaches. Now is your chance to compete. You know what? I'm going to incentivize new emailers.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to Venmo the winner $20. My own cash. My own cash.
Really?
To incentivize new emailers who are going, okay, I'll give it a run. Yeah, there you go. Okay. $20 to the winner today. In addition to what else, Jackson?
Eternal glory.
For an email win, get you eternal glory.
That's correct.
Yeah, you join a fraternity of the likes of the West County Turkey Baster.
Yep. Eastside Jackalope.
Eastside Jackalope. Uncle Carl's Double-Sided Nope.
And then the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom.
Yeah, Buck Swope, Misty Pops, the Grundlehorts, Maury and Little Jack.
Yeah. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. All right, the weather's warming up. It's March. Let's get our outdoor living spaces taken care of. Let's do it with Aesthetic Design and Build, who've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. You can go online and see it yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or give them a call, 636-532-5008, and let them know I sent you their way. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
Nolan Arenado got his eye back, cutting down the K's, listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed, no chance at second if he has his lead. Early got the bat to get it done, there's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style, lights turn red, B-Fib go wild. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly, first place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune, they'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They young gray, they young gray.
Let's get to the Gorman got his eye back. I was already lost it.
What are they going to be doing in downtown St. Louis? It's 6:45 on March 27th when this plays after Ryan Helsley closes out the Twins for a Jim Dandy of an opening day.
We're going to be thinking about what we're wearing to the World Series parties.
Nice.
I know that much. You start out with a win, you almost always cop the division.
It's always startling whenever they do turn the lights off for Helsley's entrance. Like you're in the middle of doing something, and now it's pitch black in there.
I worry about the lights may not come back on.
No.
Somebody in the Air Comfort Service text line, Jackson, says, I want that Youngry Birds song link. Has that been sent out on TMA social media?
It's not a link. It's a file that was sent to me.
Well, make it a link, boy.
It's not mine to make.
Oh, really? It was written by...
Well, I can't just take an audio file and then just, it has to, have a location, like a home. If the guy wants to put it on YouTube, then I can share the link. But I don't want to take what isn't mine. Rodgers and Hammertoe.
Rodgers and
Hammertoe. I remember Rodgers and Hammerstein. Or Steen.
Playwrights. Musicals?
Yeah.
It's so sad. The song is so much better than the team is. Thanks. That's from the 507.
Could be worse. I do like the tune.
Hey, guys, but we keep getting reports of what's going on in the YouTube chat. Chairman Kurtz shaking it off.
Why do we need those
guys, Invermectin guy is running wild in the YouTube chat. It's off the rails in there. That's from Big Tough Doug. That is our report from what's going on.
It's ivermectin.
Yeah, there was some ivermectin discussion in there.
Was this 2021?
We were talking about that last segment.
Jeez.
Plagiarize it, steal it, whatever. We need this song. That's Marcia's burner. If Marcia's burner says it.
Yeah, right. I'll stop what I'm doing right now.
God.
Make sure it gets out. I want the people to listen to it all the time, but it's not also the worst thing in the world for this show to be the only outlet to hear the song. If you want to hear the song, you better listen.
You also want people to be warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and that's why Design Air should be first and foremost on your mind if something goes wrong with your furnace or your air conditioner. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. It's now a fourth-generation St. Louis business, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and we are very grateful for that. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call when they come into your home. I've had Seth and a couple of his technicians in my house to check out my furnace a few times. Super professional people, always clean, know exactly what they're doing. They take their reputation very, very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Hunchback of Vaughn Castles. Jackson's disdain for musicals rooting in getting cut from Newsies freshman and junior year of high school. It's from Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I don't hate musicals. The sound, Singing in the Rain is one of my favorite movies ever. Gene Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
It's great stuff.
Did you ever appear in a play in high school?
You got cut from Newsies?
No, I never even tried out for a play. Although in retrospect, it probably would have been fun. It probably would have been tough with basketball and golf.
Yeah.
I need this song for my home opener party playlist, Jackson. Let's make it happen. That's from the 314.
Sure, I'll do a lot of work for you for nothing.
Here's what you do. Go podcast the segment. Okay. Do a screen recording on your phone.
There you go.
You'll have the video. You'll have the audio.
Yeah, that's an option. I'm sure there's a way I can get it out to people.
He won't have the whole song, though.
I'm sure I can figure out a way to get it out to people.
You need to just play it after the show and let him hold his phone up to your phone or however you're playing it out. He can hold his phone up to your computer that's playing it, and he'll have it that way.
Well, that's an option. I think
you just got talked down.
You don't like the option.
You just got talked down to. I saw it happen.
I could no offense, but I could think of 5 different ways to get it on your phone.
Record it on your own phone and then email it to him.
I have the recording. I can just I could email it to anybody.
Sure.
I can turn it into an MP4 and post it that way. But again, I just don't, it's not mine. I didn't make it.
You have to be inbred to think that song is worth listening to.
I don't think so.
Mr. Sider, you have to be
your parents have to be related before they got married? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's not fair.
It's a good song.
Yeah.
Ivermectin is that center for the Illini, right? That's from coaches John and Dean Ellis in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Smooth audio recording. Yeah, hold up your phone. That's from Ryan Crawford. He doesn't like Doug's idea.
It reminds me of the days when you'd throw a cassette in your little boombox and wait for a song you liked on the radio and hit record right when it came on.
Yeah, sure.
Make a mixtape for the girl Corey Azu who you like.
But it worked, too, didn't
Absolutely.
The mixtapes worked?
Oh, my God. When you're busting tables at Pietro's and driving a minivan?
Yeah. And you would write on the little cassette holder, like in the little note section.
For you, comma, girl.
Yeah.
You presented this to her
Timmy.
as a gift. And was she impressed by
Let's
it?
go out on Friday or Saturday night. I can't. I'm busting tables and being sexually harassed by a 70-year-old man.
Oh.
But what are you doing on Sunday afternoon? I'll roll my minivan out there.
Yeah.
And that worked for you.
Why are these listeners making Jackson do quote-unquote free work? I know some older producers that wouldn't fix the damn iPad or drops because it was, quote, free work. That's from Big Tough.
I more so I don't want to give away something that isn't mine to give away. But
You respect intellectual property of Rogers and Hammertoe.
It was sent to me. He said, play it. I'm sure he would be fine with it if I turned it into an MP4 and put a little picture and then posted it on Twitter or something. But I don't want to rock the boat because this guy's delivered us a lot of great comeback songs.
There you go, Doug. We respect Rogers and Hammertoe here on the program. We also respect the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Dan Orlowski announced he was leaving television 2 weeks ago. Great news. He is back. And they have a screenshot of his tweet this weekend. What I just did to the lunchtime YMCA Open Gym hoop run in Westport, Connecticut was legendary. And that's what they're talking about right now as Dan Orlowski is back. And that delights me because he announced he was leaving television, kind of like Hank Kingsley and the Larry Sanders Show. A lot of I'm leaving, and then they would bring him back. And Dan is back. And that is great news for our industry, Doug.
I think so.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up here in a matter of moments. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Moritz Reusch Jewelers, online at ninjabling.com and located on the 15th floor of the Tower Building right across from the St. Louis Galleria at 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard. Check them out and you will be so happy that you did. I've gotten to know the family, checked out their offices and their facility right there on the 15th floor. And what stands out to me is having bought jewelry and knowing what that process is like, the privacy and the family customer relations that they practice at Moritz Reusch are going to make you comfortable in that experience. You have a budget, they're going to stick to your budget. No twinkle lights. They're going to work within your budget. You can check them out on Facebook and Instagram. It's Moritz Reusch, online at ninjabling.com. On the 15th floor of the Tower Building, across from the St. Louis Galleria at 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard, and online at ninjabling.com. If you are in the market for jewelry, go to Moritz Reusch, online at ninjabling.com. This is the Morning After, and it's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt filling in for Martin Kilcoyne while he's experiencing this 5-month onboarding process. Doug, it's month 5.
Okay. Takes a while. Things don't happen overnight.
We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling coming up, Email the Day coming up, and then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour, followed by the Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Blues with a day off today and tomorrow. They are already in Los Angeles. And, Doug, you say they got to get 4 points before they head back to St. Louis before the stop in Pittsburgh next week.
4 out of 6.
Got to have it.
I think the wins have got to total either 14 or 15 to make the playoffs, so whatever you have to do to get to that number.
There you go. Well, you can lose games and pick up points.
Oh, yeah, you can pick up 1 point.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to probably get to 93, 94 points.
Would agree with you. And with the teams all competing against each other, 4 or 5 teams in the mix, this is a critical week for the Blues in particular because Friday is the trade deadline. Joey Vitale with us on that Friday. Chris Kerber with us on this Monday. You missed the conversation. You can go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdor.com, and they set up a number specific for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. That's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming your way next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet. Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues are off today and tomorrow, taking on the Kings on Wednesday, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 8:30, puck drop at 9:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. First one for the month of March. Here we go.
Okay.
Morning,
ready?
gents. Let me say how honored I am to be in the same echelon as a fella named Pestis. I do want to take this time to go ahead and clear up a couple things. First off, Doug, I am a 37-year-old female.
Sure you are. Absolutely. Sure you are.
Next, about the name change. It was a similar change to what the show had when Martin had Robbie scheduled to come on and then stabbed Shirts in the back and canceled him for Coach Gates. I went back to Scully after the big sponsorship. I'm giving up alcohol for Lent, so I couldn't associate with the sweet nectar that is Michelob Ultra. Speaking of which, can't wait to get some of Doug's nectar spread over my bread.
Okay, that's enough.
Being
Who is it, Tim?
37-year-old female isn't your cup of tea. I also identify as a 37-year-old WDW, which stands for whatever Doug wants. Got to get going now. Helping Brother Boone with a bathroom job. Have a good one. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, who used to be known as the YouTube chat, and the YouTube chat won the TMA Lister of the Month for February.
Well, he's going to start out March on the suspension list. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Orange what?
Was it the spread it on my bread line?
Yeah. He's been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and his name, as we speak, is going into the suspension logule. Not where you want to find yourself in early March.
Dear almost as good as Riz show. How about that? That's kind of a compliment.
W.
I have no idea what I'm emailing about, but I do know you guys didn't spend enough time on Adam Sandler and his 5v5 tournament last night. Get your crap together.
Oh.
Sincerely, Kyle, the best quarterback in St. Louis.
Kyle, the best quarterback in St. Louis. He's new.
Morning, boys. Rookie Ryder. See, we brought the rookies in today.
Yeah, there we go.
Morning, boys. Rookie Ryder here. I got this one Mick Ultra YouTube chat. Today is TMA Baby Day. Tim may have conceived a child during the show using his Irish length, but I dove deep to the bottom of my McKernan, mom's real maiden name, heritage, to pull a patchy stash out of the gene pool. Ronan Oliver Paul Well, 7 pounds, 13 ounces, was born at 8:30. He will represent TMA for generations to come. By the way, Jackson, it's the Yorny Cardinals team. Just ask Newt how much plowing he was doing at spring training. We will turn this team around in 2046 with the best rookie class in decades. Love the show. See you tomorrow, boys. That's from Kermit the Bong.
I'll be darned. Kermit the Bong. He's new.
And it's 10:59 and we have to land the plane.
We have to have a winner out of that? We have to have a winner?
Sounds like you weren't impressed.
I guess I'll go with Kermit the Bong.
Okay.
I'll go the quarterback guy, Kyle.
Oh, I like the Scully.
Well, he got suspended.
God, that puts me to the test. I will go with Kermit the Bong.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Kermit the Bong. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and $20 from me.
Nice.
You can put that into the $5.29 for the young tyke. Congratulations.
$20 you ever got?
All right, time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Evan Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This is Bet. The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.